Just leaping. My girlfriend was like,
I'd like to call to order this post-election edition of the Sunshine Task Force, November 4th. Mr. Clerk.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. On the call of the roll, Member Romold absent. Member Eldon? Here. Eldon present. Member Wolf?
Present.
Wolf present. Member Copra absent. Member Pilpil?
Present.
Pilpil present. Member Hepner?
Present.
Hepner present. Member Haynes absent. Member Fisher?
present.
Fisher present. Member Hinsey?
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland?
Present.
Hyland present. Chair Washburn? Washburn absent. We have a quorum. I do not have any agenda changes to bring before you tonight.
Do we want to introduce Jerry?
Yeah, that'd be nice. Mr. Clerk, if you could introduce our DCA.
Not new, but
I
recycled.
will allow Mr. Treat to introduce himself.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Jerry Threet. I'm the new advice counsel for the Sunshine Task Force, and I should say also the old one. I advised the task force for some years before being replaced for a period of time, and I'm happy to be back.
We're happy to have you back.
So you're on the boomerang plan.
Next on the agenda is a recommendation from the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Item number 2, file number 15060, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against President London Breed, Board of Supervisors for violating Administrative Code 67.21 for failure to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. This matter was initially heard by the task force. At that time, the respondent was not present, and it was referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. They did hear that matter and decided to find an additional violation of Section 67.21, and they made a request of the respondent to provide additional information, and that information was provided, along with a summary of the amount of time it took the respondent to compile the information. I will defer to the chair. I believe it was Chair Hepner at that time.
Member Hepner?
Right, thank you. I think Victor did a very good job of summarizing that. Right, and then I see the letter from President Breed's office here indicating that they had complied with the request to the extent that we had requested them to provide calendars for February 1st through April 12th, 2015, and a note on how much time it took for them to compile the calendars for that period. The indication here is that it took 10 non-consecutive hours to compile the calendar for the period February 1st through April 12th, 2015. The reason that we requested that time estimate is because there's have been invocations of the rule of reason over the course of hearing these complaints and similar complaints, and we thought it would be illustrative to understand the burden imposed by the request if they're going to invoke the rule of reason, so try to have some quantitative sense of what that burden is. And with that, I thought we recommended the violation of 67.21 on the basis that they had not complied with it. I think that it is that recommendation or that violation rather was to be sort of to keep tabs for the record, and I think that it's a sort of de facto violation without much dispute. But I'm happy to hear from. That's my summary.
Okay. Member Philpo?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I don't know if there's anyone here from President Breed's office. I did see the complainant. We might want to hear from him at some point. If we do approve the recommendation, I would suggest that we add Angela Calvillo as a CC, as the clerk of the board. Other than that, I agree with what's been stated. I appreciate their offices keeping track of the amount of time spent. I'm thinking a lot about this question of the rule of reason and the relative burdens imposed, particularly on a small office with a small staff. I mean, it's one thing if MTA is late and they say, oh, we didn't have anyone for it, and we say, excuse me, don't you have 4,000 people over at MTA? It's another thing if you've got an office with 3 people and there's a request that is potentially burdensome. I'm not saying this one was, but I'm just, sort of thinking through how that relative burden falls on an office and what a reasonable amount of time to allocate to respond to a request could be. And again, I'm not saying this is entirely the right case on the facts, but it gives us some things to think about, particularly as it bears on other issues.
Thank you, Member Pilpo.
Yeah.
Mr. Petrellis, would you like to summarize where things are in your view?
Hello, Michael Petrellis. I'm the complainant, and I think this is a good case for a number of reasons, starting with we know that there are these voluminous public documents that the president of the Board of Supervisors is creating and keeping. Someone has to come along and ask for all those documents, and then the question becomes about the burden placed upon the public official. That's not my concern. As the requester. My concern is gaining access to what we all agree are public records. So the larger question becomes, really does the supervisor, all of these supervisors, a staff of 4 in my opinion, the supervisor and 3 paid aides. 4 people can't figure out how to obtain these basic records. My requests have been for emails and calendars, especially on the calendars. Well, if they really don't have enough staff time, get some interns, get some volunteers. They have lots of people passing through their offices looking to be doing some work. If that's not an answer for the public official, well, then the public official needs to start asking for more sunshine money. In this case, London Breed's office over and over again threw hurdles in my path, was not willing to come here. I believe they also ignored an order of determination. They have not been cooperative in the least. So I'm urging you to follow the recommendations of the complaint committee.
Thank you. And just want to note there's no one from London Breed's office here to speak on their behalf. Discussion, members?
You've got your
Member Hepner?
Let me just also add that at that meeting, we indicated that if they complied and were not going to be, I believe that if they were not going to be contesting the violation, that they did not need to appear, so that may account for their non-appearance here. If that is incorrect per Member Pilpel's recollection, then, but I think that was the case.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Petrellis through the chair.
Please. Yep.
Did you happen to bring the responsive documents that they provided you with you today?
No.
Okay. Can you describe what they ended up giving you? I'm trying to understand how it apparently took, was it 9 non-consecutive hours to compile this document? So I'm trying to understand what they gave you to get a sense of the process that may have been involved.
We're talking about calendars from March and February and March. That's what this complaint is about, right? It's not about the emails, because the email thing is still outstanding.
Right. This is regarding the request for calendars.
Yeah. Information was included about meetings that London Breed held and the folks who were there. My recollection is that the calendar was not complicated or all that detailed. It was, time given, where the meeting was taking place, the topic, and most of the times who was in attendance, either from her office or another agency. I can't remember, Victor, correct me if I'm wrong, I did not send along the responsive records.
I did not receive a copy. I believe they did request that there was some redaction done to the calendar, from my understanding.
Yeah, I guess to my fellow task force members, I'm curious about why it would take, is it 9 or 10 non-consecutive hours, whatever that number is, to comply with this request, and that, in terms of looking at the question of reasonableness, I think needs to be looked at, and before really moving forward on addressing that, probably needs to have someone from London Breed's office speak to how they're accounting for the time and whatnot, because that number seems like a long time to print calendar records.
In the letter, they state they had to wait for an interim records manager to provide part of the information, so there's some back and forth, I guess. But yeah, it seems 10 hours seems excessive to me. Member Pilpel?
Yeah, it may seem excessive on its face. I have no idea what they did or what effort was involved. I do know that this was prior to the recent change in the law, so at the time, they would argue that they didn't have to maintain a calendar under the ordinance, and so whatever calendar she had, they had to futz with in order to translate it into this format. I have no idea. I would presume that going forward, any calendar maintained by a member of the board would be compliant with the ordinance and would not take anywhere near this amount of time because they should be compiling on a daily basis. My advice, if anyone asks me, is that members of the board should maintain their calendar and not simply go back and recreate it when there's a request. They should have a calendar available at all times, as far as I'm concerned.
And as you said, now that there's a new requirement, hopefully these kind of calendar issues will be less and less. I think this is all interesting discussion, but I think let's focus on what we're doing here, which is to determine whether the order determination has been complied with.
Actually, what we're recommending is to find an additional violation, because the original violation that we found was simply a 21E violation for non-attendance. This is actually a substantive violation for not providing the records on a timely basis. And I think, as we discussed at the committee, Mr. Petrellis was willing to wait as long as he got the records, that they were being produced. And in fact, they were produced. So it seems like Mr. Petrellis is relatively satisfied at this time, wasn't satisfied months ago, but he's now got what he was looking for. And I think what we were recommending was just finding the violation. No further referral, because we've already discussed this, but to find a violation. I think the office understood that.
Okay.
Is a motion in order?
There's no motion yet.
But that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to make the motion to accept the recommendation of the Compliance and Amendments Committee?
So moved.
Second.
Public comment on that matter?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. As you know, I had a couple of cases against members of the board for not complying with IDRs at London Breed's office. I went to the Board of Supervisors meeting and waited till public comment on 3 separate occasions and noticed them all and said, I sent these out and 4 of you haven't responded at all. And she didn't come to the hearing, and she didn't send anybody until the very last thing. And then they grudgingly agreed to send me a thing saying they had nothing responsive. So I think London Breed has shown through a number of methods that her attitude toward open government is openly hostile. The idea that a person nowadays doesn't have a calendar or doesn't need a calendar is I just incomprehensible, even if it's written on paper. But the bottom line is, I think as we move forward, more and more of this stuff is on computers. And it becomes a cut and paste or print screen type evolution to provide these things. And my position has always been that public records, except those that might need to be redacted, should be made available on the websites of the respective offices. And so people could go there and they could copy whatever they wanted. There would be no call, no work required of the offices, and you wouldn't get into this argument about, well, we only have a small office, because I would be able to go on the site, look at everything, and if I wanted a copy, I'd just print a copy at home. And it would cut down on the cost for the agencies and so forth. And I think, if I remember correctly, there's a part of the ordinance that says as technology changes, they're supposed to upgrade these things, and I think this should all be automatic. I think a lot of these public records, as I said, there would be certain items that would have to be redacted or could not be put on a public website, but most of them, probably 90% or more, could be put on a public website. I could go to the city and county of San Francisco's website, look for a document, and if I wanted a copy, print it. And there's no call, no strain on the offices. But why, I don't understand, they're totally resistant of that. They want to hold on to their own records because it will be, I think, what happened with my case with London Breed. It wasn't that she didn't want to give me the record. She didn't want to admit she had no records about the subject. And that's unfortunately what we sometimes find with these resistance to public records requests is the fact they're not trying to hide something, they're trying to hide that they don't have anything. The public library's that way. Friends of the Library have raised and spent $70 million since 2000, and the city library, the library commission, the board of supervisors, the mayor's office, none of them has any information as to where that money went. Not a bit of it. They come in and present numbers, and you say, give me documents to show you where you got the numbers, and they say, we have nothing responsive to that request.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this
This
motion?
is Sylvia Johnson, and I've been looking through reviews that there's been some amazing things happening to me, like court reports that just happened in my, papers, and it's really like a master of trying to make everything looks like, oh yeah, she's mentally insane now. So I can just put those papers right now and they'll make it to her. No way in there. It's just supposed to happen right there.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to interrupt you.
That's not right.
This is comment on this particular motion, if you have anything to say on
Well,
that.
this in particular motion is a lot to do with what's been going on. And this is why that I think that the whole thing needs to be changed, because this is really totally ridiculous stuff I've been going through. And it's wonder I'm alive. They put some tape inside my digestive system, and women die from that. And I'm a tough fucker to be able to go through that stuff.
Thank you.
And I don't think it should be done like it's been doing. It's totally resentment for the world, just a plan to crush the world, and when nobody knows anything about it, like undisguised. And disguised.
Ms. Johnson, again, thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment on this motion? Mr. Peter Warfield, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm not part of this complaint nor particularly familiar with it, but I have some things to say about what I've seen and a bit of what I've heard. First of all, I do support the motion. I am troubled by the requests for how long did it take you to do this, because I don't see that there's any place in the sunshine where that's relevant in any way with respect to information requested or provided. The other thing is, I think at least one member has mentioned perhaps taking a long time to get a public record, which after all is being maintained for public purposes. The idea that that wouldn't be readily available, I think, is seriously problematic. Now, I guess I don't recall, have you determined whether a supervisor is a department head? Has there been a determination made that the supervisors are not department heads?
We can answer that after you've finished.
So, under Section 6729.29-5, calendars of certain officials, the mayor, the city attorney, and every department head shall keep or cause to be kept a daily calendar, and so on and so forth. And 67.29-7, correspondence and records shall be maintained. A, the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, and so on and so forth. I don't see why that doesn't apply to everybody in the city who is responsible for maintaining records, including calendars. So why it would take 9 or 10 or any kind of thing like that, hours to get a calendar, seems to me just on the face of it preposterous. But again, wondering whether you have determined that the supervisors are not department heads. Seems to me that they run a department, which is their district supervisorial office, with their aides and interns and so on, and they basically are the last person that answers, the last person who's responsible for their, whatever you want to call it, department. As I say, even if they don't fall under this and you've determined that, it seems to me preposterous to think that a supervisor doesn't have a calendar of some kind in some form, or that public records would not be readily or fairly promptly available. Again, I don't understand what this, how this bears on the requirements of Sunshine, this business of, gee, how long did it take you? If it took them that long, there's a question of professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public like to talk on this motion? Seeing none?
On that motion,
Could you repeat the motion?
the motion is to accept the recommendation from the the Compliance and Amendments Committee to find a violation of 67.21 for failure to respond to a request for public records in a timely and complete manner. On that motion, Rummold, absent. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Haynes absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Washburn absent. The motion passes.
I think we recommended no referral and to conclude the matter.
So noted.
Yes. There will be no additional referrals to committee at this time. Item number 3. Mr. Chairman, would you like to inquire of the complainer for the next few items, if any of them could be combined and called together?
Yes, Mr. Hartz, would you like to approach? We're thinking of combining at least 4, 6, and 7, since they all pertain to abridging public comment. If you're okay with that.
Which cases?
Items 4 through 7.
Oh, the items. You were saying item numbers. I'm thinking the complaint number.
Sorry.
I do not wish to combine them for the simple fact is that the arguments in each case are a separate violation of a separate part of the ordinance by an individual. And trying to lump them all together is really something that is impossible. All of the documents you have reviewed in your packet are based on separate cases. And at this point, I think it would be like that last time where I was brought in at the very last minute and told combine 2 cases, and I had spent hours making my arguments and had to kind of argue them on the fly. I know that's what the city attorney's done with the city attorney's memo on the fact. I know that's what Ms. Blackman did with the library's thing. But as the plaintiff, I think it would be very, very contrary to my rights to, at this last minute, say, let's combine 3 or 4 complaints, even if I was given additional time, because I would have to then, again, on the fly, make all the arguments. And if you look in the package, you'll see I put a 1 or 2 page summary of each of the complaints, which is very unique, and one builds upon the other, but they are completely different matters. They're not a matter simply of public record. There are also other matters involved in the individual cases.
Acting Chair.
Discussion? Member Pilpel?
I don't actually think it's up to the complainant. I think it's up to the task force to
It
decide
is.
how
I
to
was just
proceed.
wanted to get
No,
Mr.
that's-
Hartz's opinion
No, I appreciate
on that.
My sense is that we should hear items 4 through 7 together and give Mr. Hartz sufficient time to present, and if he needs 20 minutes to do that, then so be it. And we would provide the library similar time. I guess the other thing that I'm wondering is whether we should take item 3 first or items 4 through 7 first, since obviously they're all related. and the library people are present, the city attorney is not, and the city attorney item perhaps turns in part on some of the facts that may come out in the library discussion. So I'm just thinking maybe 4 through 7 first and then 3, but just thinking.
Good input. Anybody else? Any other members, any other discussion? Member Hebner?
Oh, I had no comment.
Oh. Member Fisher?
I'm going to suggest a compromise because what kind of resonated with me is when Mr. Hart said, look, I spent a lot of time preparing this, so how about we do this? As I'm looking at them, we do 3 separately. That does stand on its own. And then we combine 4, 5, and 6 as one, and then 7 is on its own. That's kind of a compromise. And I would also ask my fellow task force members to keep our comments on point on each one of them and not, drag things out as we sometimes are wont to do. Anybody else?
That's a good suggestion. I was actually going to compromise with 4, 6, and 7 because the topic of prohibiting public criticism.
Well, I was going with the respondents because Ms. Blackman is on 2
one way
of them.
or the other.
Yeah.
But it seems like a task force is leaning towards combining, and I'm happy to go with that.
And let's be clear, it's not combining the files, it's just hearing the items together, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, correct terminology.
Yes, correct.
And I think if we provide Mr. Hartz with the necessary time to, present and represent, I think we will get through this efficiently and fairly.
Will we take the library items first and then the city attorney?
Member Wolf?
Is it possible to not combine them, but not rule on, so not have any discussion from us, but allow each of the hearings to go one by one, and then we discuss all of them and congregate at the end?
That would
That's a good
work.
idea.
Actually, that's a better idea.
Yeah,
Bully.
you're good.
Good on you.
That's interesting.
So
approach.
I believe that we will call each item individually. We will delay question and answers until all the presentations and responses have been received, and then we will take action individually after discussion occurs. That's my understanding.
One slight
Member
wrinkle. Maybe it might be, this is 5 cases. This is interrogative, not rhetorical. Maybe we go at the halfway mark and discuss a little bit, or do you think?
Actually,
it's up to you guys. Do you think we could do the whole?
I think we've agreed on 4 cases and then item 3 separately.
Okay.
So
I'm good with that then. So we do the whole McGilla all at
and
once.
start with 4 through 7 first.
And we work it?
There's no public comment on this matter.
Please, have a seat, Mr. Warfield. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
It's at the discretion of the chair or acting chair to
Right.
make this decision.
Okay.
You've got Member Wolf on this side.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, I do think we should actually go ahead and start with case 3, particularly in regards to, it sounds like Ray Hartz has prepared these in a sequential order, and we should go ahead and allow him to move on that, particularly because item 3 is essentially just a one-sided argument. The hearing, it should go quite quickly. It's just him talking and then him getting his next turn to talk.
Right. Mr. Hartz, could you approach again, please? As you can see, we're leaning towards some sort of combination of what you've heard. You may hate it all, but if you were to go with what we've discussed, what would be your preference?
Obviously, the preference would be to hear each case individually, but I'm not going to get that. What I have a hard time understanding is why this couldn't have been discussed with me prior to the agenda being published, rather than waiting until we get here, and I'm kind of caught flat-footed. And this really makes it seem like it's designed to hamper my case and to give an advantage to the respondent. Because they chose to respond to all 4 of their complaints in one letter, and it seems like you're just agreeing with what they decided to do.
No, so just to answer, we're going to take them in order. We're going to do 3 first by itself. We're going to hear 4 through 7, and then reserve comments and questions afterwards.
Well, the disadvantage to that is each case is interrelated, although they are separate. And I had hoped at some point when presenting the cases to sort of understand through hearing what the task force members had to say, what their thinking was, and be able to make minor adjustments to the second and third and fourth cases based on that. Again, I will be disadvantaged by not being able to do that.
I think there's also an advantage that since we're not ruling on any cases, we'll be able to discuss them and not be able to, rather than not be able to bring up a case that's already been ruled on. So,
or it could be all or none. I win one or win none or win them all, and that's like kind of a crapshoot.
But given your record, I feel confident that you'll prevail.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Do we start with item 3?
Yes, item 3.
Item number 3, file number 15100, complaint filed by Ray Hart against Brad Rusi and the Office of the City Attorney for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21I by causing the Library Commission to read the mayor's policy on harassment inappropriately.
Do we need to find jurisdiction on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
Motion to find jurisdiction on the item.
Second.
Is there any public comment regarding jurisdiction?
Make sure he stays in jurisdiction.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. You haven't said what the public comment position will be with respect to public comment on each one of these items in your sudden change, which, as
Mr.
the
Warfield,
person said, could have been discussed previously.
We're talking about jurisdiction here.
The jurisdiction on each one of these is something that should be taken up individually, as public comment should be.
And will be when we reach 4 through 7. We're now on item 3.
Thank you. That's what I had asked previously, and there was no comment about it. I certainly agree with the motion to determine that the task force has jurisdiction.
Thank you. We need it. No.
I'm Sylvia Johnson. I apologize. And I want to get back on the subject where that, I agree on that, taking this position, but I would rather, go to school, because I'm going to go Santa Rosa on this matter, because there's a lot more explained than you just, discussed on a lot of these, and it should be, individually to, better explain, because somebody has dyslexia and can see, things that would be, a whole lot more economical to what the person that has that kind of.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. No other public comment on the item of jurisdiction? I'd like to take a vote. Or we
Without objection?
Without objection.
The motion to find jurisdiction passes without objection.
Okay.
The complainant.
Mr. Hartz, would you like to approach?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I'd like you to direct you to the actual item under consideration here in the Sunshine Ordinance, Section I of 6720. I always get this. 21, thank you.
Sure.
It reads, in whole, the San Francisco City Attorney's Office shall act to protect and secure the rights of the people of San Francisco to access public information and public meetings, and this is what the part that the city attorney always wants to quote, shall not act as legal counsel for any city employee or any person having custody of any public record for purposes of denying access to the public. And I think what they try to do is get people to believe that this part of the ordinance has only to do with public records. But it very clearly states in the front that it's the duty of the city attorney's office to ensure access to public information and public meetings. In this particular case, The biggest part of the argument that was made by the city attorney's office is that they have a right to advise and an obligation and duty to advise city boards and commissions. And I'm not disputing that. And they also bring up the issue of my complaint interfering with that ability and so forth. I'm not saying that attorneys, the city attorneys or deputy city attorneys can't advise commissions. What I'm saying is they can't do things which give false impressions or give advice which is deceptive in its nature. The reason I say this is I've always wondered, what is the obligation of a deputy city attorney attending a public meeting when the chair of the meeting does something which is obviously contrary to public policy? In other words, telling someone that they're not allowed to speak. I had that happen at the police commission, and only by one of the members of the commission asking the deputy city attorney present, what is your advice? He said, I think you should let Mr. Hartz continue. And I think it's sort of a passive-aggressive thing where the deputy city attorney sits there, listens to the comment, and if the chair says, oh, you can't talk about that, or, I'm going to stop you from this or prohibit you from that, they just sit there and passively do nothing. But then one of the things that has happened, and I think this is very clear to know, I've been going to Library Commission meetings for about 8 years now, and only on 2 other occasions has there been a deputy city attorney present at any of their meetings, and it was because there was an item on the agenda that specifically asked for city attorney matters. But lately, over the last several months, all the Library Commission meetings are now being attended by a deputy city attorney, and I believe their intention is they don't like what I have to say, and they're looking for a way to say, Mr. Hartz can't come to a public meeting because he's disruptive. What happened in this particular case, and I'm not saying the city attorney cannot advise them, but during this whole process, the city attorney passed a sheet of paper to the president of the board who read it. It was the mayor's policy on harassment. And if you go to the city's website and you look at the policy on harassment, it specifically says the harassment has to be based on some protected class, sexual orientation, sex, age, or something like that. It also goes on to say that to harass a city employee is unlawful. So, if I do something and it is clearly a violation, if I call somebody a fat dyke or something, then obviously that's a violation of the mayor's policy. If I simply make a generic comment in response to a comment made to me in front of the public, and it doesn't meet any of those criteria, is it harassment? And is it reasonable for a city attorney, a deputy city attorney, to pass the mayor's policy on harassment to the president of the commission, have them read it, and falsely give everyone, or many of the people at least in the chamber, the impression that I had violated the policy? I think what happened in this particular case is Mr. Rusi was looking for a way to curtail my attendance at public meetings and make public comment, and Ms. Blackman jumped on the fact that I used a single curse word and made a comment totally out of line, which we'll come to a little later. And then he said he passed that policy to the chair and said, "Here, read this." And what that did basically is impugn my character. It just basically said Mr. Hartz is harassing a city employee when they had, I do not believe, a good faith belief that I had actually violated that policy.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak on behalf of the complainant in this case? Facts and evidence in support. Can she talk?
I'm Sally Johnson, and I think that this has been more than abusive. It's been literally totally out of the question in this matter. And our children is not, worth it, having all this abuse on one person because of they want to have freedom.
Ms. Johnson, I'm going to interrupt you here. You're here to provide facts and evidence in support of the complainant's case. Do you have any such facts and evidence?
No, I don't have any facts and evidence.
Well, thank you.
I'm just saying, as a public,
we appreciate
it's very important.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there any other members of the public like to provide any facts and evidence in support of the complainant's case? Seeing none, I'd like to have the respondents approach. And how many do we have here today? It's just the one in this case?
The respondent would be the representative from the city attorney's office, and I do not believe there's a representative at this time.
Okay, so noted.
I believe this is part of a different issue. Maybe it's presented in their letter to us, in that the city attorney has previously made statements that unless they're named as a holder of the record.
Yeah, unless it's a 21E issue involving records that they're not currently going to attend.
That's their position. Okay. Is anyone who would like to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, it's with the task force to discuss. Member Pilpel?
Member Wolf?
Member Wolf?
I haven't raised my hand yet.
Okay. Who'd like to dive in? Member Pilpel?
Yeah,
You never let us
just for
down.
discussion, I don't really have much to say on this. There are a number of things that we could get into. I'm disinclined to get deeply into this. The allegation is essentially that the city attorney somehow was working to prevent Mr. Hartz from commenting, I guess, or restricting his rights in some other way. I don't understand how that's possible. The commission actually controls the meeting. There was nothing in what was presented to suggest that Mr. Hartz was not allowed to speak. And so I'm having trouble squaring the allegation with the plain language of 67.21I. I could say more, but I'm disinclined to at this point.
I have to agree. Mr. Hartz, you usually present much more substantive cases than this. One could argue the city attorney was providing that documentation to make sure that they didn't insult you. I mean, that's a stretch, but honestly, I really don't see much substance to this. That's just my position, but...
I've got something too.
Ms. Member Fisher.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with both of you. And I mean, the night is young. We have Mr. Hartz for a few more items here. I think let's just close this one out and move on. I always kind of, when I get confused about something, I always come back to, well, are there records missing? Is there data? Are there calendar entries? Is there things that have been redacted? And I don't see any of this. So I think, again, the night's young. We've got more to do. Let's move on. Because I really don't see any violation here.
Member Wolf.
I don't see really a clear violation on the substance, but I do see a potential violation in the city attorney exercising this decision not to attend this this hearing. What is people's thoughts on that?
Well,
Member Pilpel.
We actually addressed that in the letter that we approved last month, but we haven't yet sent. I'm still on that. That was one of the issues that we talked about, was their participation. I mean, it makes it more difficult for us that we can't ask questions because they're not here. You know, it's arguable that a plain read of the ordinance only requires participation if there's a record issue implicated. I think it's not a great interpretation by departments to not participate except under those circumstances. In any event, they've, chosen to go from the papers. So they provided us a letter. We have that before us.
Yeah, I think this is one of the, again, this is, I mean, we say jurisdiction, and we voted, this is jurisdiction, the city attorney is as it says, it's a department and everything, but it almost seems like this is one of those things where, people were mean, and bad things happened, but it's not really something that we make a judgment out of. This happens occasionally, we get something where we go, well, this wasn't very nice, but it's not really sunshine ordinance. or sunshine-able. That's just my thought.
I think that's a good summary. Any other comment?
Rebuttals?
Mr. Hartz, seeing that respondent's not here.
What do we have as far as time?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Again, I hear you falling into the same trap that the city attorney has set up for you by saying it's public records, and it's not. If you read that section, the San Francisco City Attorney's Office shall act to protect and secure the rights of the people of San Francisco to access public information and public meetings. It's one thing to have to fight with a board or commission to exercise your constitutional right to free speech, especially for those of you on this board that are attorneys. You understand that constitutionally protected political free speech rises to the highest level of protection of any free speech. And the bottom line is, I have 7 orders of determination against the Library and Library Commission where they just decided they were not going to produce records, or they were going to keep my public comment out of the minutes of the meeting. And after the last time of 6 meetings where you said in the minutes means in the minutes for 150-word summaries, they had a meeting of the Library Commission and just unanimously voted to ignore the determination of the task force, which was the 6th on the matter. So basically, the library doesn't like anybody to talk about anything they don't want discussed. They didn't want me to talk about the fact that city librarian Luis Herrera was found to have violated the law of disclosure when he filed his statement of economic interest for 3 years and lied about receiving $5,000 worth of reportable income from the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library. That's a matter of public record. So basically, what they're doing, and that's why I said earlier, the deputy city attorney has now started attending all of the meetings of the Library Commission. He never says anything, never does anything, except in this one case. And the bottom line is, I believe they're trying to set up a thing where they basically can argue that I am causing problems, disrupting the meeting or something, and therefore they can prohibit my public comment. I mean, bottom line is I had to fight for 4 years to get the 150-word summaries in because I was sick and tired of being censored, abridged, whatever you want to call it, because it happened over and over again. What I would say would be presented in a way that was nowhere near what I said, or in sometimes completely contrary to what I said. And I think what we have here is a city attorney who is more interested in helping them evade the responsibilities under the law. And the bottom line is, whether you agree with it or not, this is constitutionally protected political free speech, and I have the right to do it, not only to do it, but to do it without harassment from the boards and commissions and those advising them.
Thank you. Please note for the record there's no respondent here for rebuttal. Member Eric?
Yeah.
I know how to get
So
in
I'm new to the commission as well as the committee as well as your particular case, Mr. Hartz.
Yes.
But it seems like a lot of your argument here is hinging on a lot of context that's not being considered on this particular complaint. I mean, in the sense that it's like this complaint is about a certain set of interactions that happened around like harassment, whereas what you just described is like a much larger story that's being addressed in other complaints as well. So it's like you're essentially speculating that a district attorney who can be at this meeting legally is acting, in a way that's prohibiting your free speech, but it's okay for them to be there. It's okay for them to tell these sorts of things to the committee. So it's like essentially, even if they were doing everything you're accusing them of, it's like there's no actual violation happening that we could get them for, even if we wanted to.
Well, let me ask you, let me respond to that by saying maybe you would ask Mr. Threet, what is the responsibility of a deputy city attorney in preventing, agreeing to access to public meetings, and when they see somebody who runs the board or commission saying to somebody, you're not allowed to say certain things or whatever. Obviously, that is not according to the law.
That's still a more general point than what we're trying to discuss right here, which is what is the exact thing they did.
He had them read the policy when he as an attorney had to have known that I had not violated that policy. It clearly states it's based on a protected class. I made the comment drop dead, which is not a protected class as far as I know.
Yeah, but it's...
And he advised them, here, read this so that it would look to the public. And I've had people, and members of the public, tell me that's what it looked like to them.
Okay, that may very well be the case, but it seems like you gave him basically an excuse by saying drop dead, which sounds threatening, and it sounds like harassing. I know it was figured.
The library's position is if they want to make a comment to you, which is totally out of order, that's okay. And if you respond to it, then you're in the wrong. After I finished my public comment, Ms. Blackman said, your comment was inappropriate. She has no right to say that. We'll get to the other cases, but the bottom line is then they all piled on.
Said.
That's why I made them separate cases.
Okay, it's not about what she said right here. It's we're trying to boil this down to something that we can feel good
ask
about.
Mr. Threet. What is the responsibility of a deputy city attorney attending a public meeting if a member, if somebody tells the member you can't speak about something when the law says they can?
Okay, before we get to that, Member Wolf, you had a comment?
In listening to this exchange and reading what happened, it seems to me like Ray Hart's perspective may be accurate. This may be the intent of the city attorney's office at this point in time, but it hasn't happened yet to violate. We can't act on violations that haven't occurred yet, and the actual interference from preventing him from participating would rise to a Sunshine Task Force violation. And he's made a case that may be their intent. But the action hasn't happened yet, and we're not the Minority Report Task Force. We can't deal with crimes before they happen.
That's what I'm struggling with as well.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if your comment was abridged at that point. That's not what I read. It was just the exchange took place in the time. Member Pilpel?
Yeah, let me ask one question to try to clarify it, Mr. Hartz. One of the questions, and we actually have 2 pages in our memo from Deputy City Attorney Threet about the obligations of the city attorney in giving legal advice to boards, which was very helpful and illuminative. Is illuminative a word?
Yes.
Thank you. Page 28, 29.
Excellent. Okay, so one of the questions that Deputy City Attorney Threet suggested, what acts or omissions does the complainant allege are attributable to DCA RUSI so as to constitute a violation of Section 67.21I of the ordinance? So,
handing the mayor's policy to the chair, the person running the board, saying, read this, having them do it, the implication being that I had violated the policy.
Okay, so
I had already been charged by one of the members of harassment, and they've then accused me openly. So he said, here's the policy, read it to them, and then everybody will think you violated it.
You've answered my question. Thank you. So to the task force, I would break that answer into 2 pieces. One is providing the policy and asking that it be read, and the other is the implication that Mr. Hartz may have violated that policy. I would suggest that providing the policy and asking that it be read does not violate the ordinance, and in fact may prevent violations of the policy and prevent or reduce the number of problems that might occur. As to the implication that Mr. Hartz may have violated that policy, I don't read that implication into the situation. It seems from what we've been presented and what we'll probably hear in a bit that it became a tense situation, but I don't believe that there was an implication that I would necessarily draw that Mr. Hartz or anybody violated it just to remind people, just as we remind people to stay on topic, to limit their comments to the time allowed, to, enforce other reasonable regulations regarding public comment. I think that is totally within the requirements of the ordinance. So I'm still not finding a violation. I'll try to limit it to that. Thanks.
I mean, the way Josh described it is pretty much how I feel too. It's that maybe there's intent, maybe there are lots of things happening. What happened that Hartz is as evidence for Hartz's case just doesn't seem like really convincing on its own. And like, if you're looking for, it seems like if you're looking for some serious evidence of this kind of claim, there would need to be more there as well. And I'm just kind of stuck believing it's quite possible that the intent was there without really having anything to pin on them like he would like us to.
Okay. All right. I think that's quite a lot of discussion on this. Does anyone have a motion they'd like to put forward on this?
There being no motions by the task force, this matter, after public comment, this matter will be concluded with no further action.
No. Any public comment on this particular case?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We're not a party to this, but I was in the room when this happened, and I'd like to point out that despite what your administrator says, you certainly have the right to change what you're doing and find a violation, because you're supposed to consider public comment before or during your discussion and any action. Thank you for nodding, Deputy City Attorney Jerry Threet. I was in the room, and I consider this and the related cases, related in time anyway, as very significant and very important with respect to free speech and open government. In the first instance, I'd like to say that the whole discussion had to do with a comment that was made completely out of order by the Library Commission Secretary. She has no official role in the meetings proceedings, and she has no right, and normally doesn't, say a single word that the public can hear. She might help the commission when asked with a point of information or a document, but she was completely out of order. Had someone from the public done what she did, they would have ruled her out of order. And they should have done so, but didn't. In response to her comment, Mr. Hart said something, 2 words. Maybe they're not nice, maybe they're not super polite, but drop dead is not harassment or any kind of protected class comment. The mayor's policy on harassment talks about specific groups and types of comments that are not supposed to happen. Drop dead is not in any category that you could reasonably interpret. And I invite you to read out loud what those mayor's letter says. Additionally, harassment is defined in the dictionary. Let me read you one of the definitions from the clerk's office. It's from Webster's New Riverside University Dictionary, and it says, to annoy or torment repeatedly and persistently. There was not repeated or persistent. Mr. Hart said his thing and walked away. There was no harassment. There was no threat. If you look in another dictionary, drop dead is simply an expression of discontent or annoyance or anger. I'd like to say I have a DVD of the meeting, and if you want to take 3 minutes to watch it, this was an ambush. The city attorney had this thing ready, and it presents a chilling effect for anybody else who wants to come and see how the library is attempting to criminalize dissent. If you want it.
Any additional public comment? Oh. Ms. Johnson, you've already provided comment in support of the complainant, so you cannot speak as a public commenter. Thank you very much.
Well, I do.
Miss, you've already spoken on the matter. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none?
There being no further public comment, the task force takes no action and the matter is concluded. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take a vote on just a matter of jurisdiction over, next on the agenda, it is 5 o'clock.
Yep, let's do that.
May we take general public comment at this time?
Please.
Is there any members of the public for general public comment?
Number 8.
Item number 8. Public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
This is an editorial cartoon that appeared in the Examiner. I'm sorry, is it? It was the Examiner, I'm pretty sure. And basically, it's got a...
Wait, can you hold on a second? Can you do something about the screen because it's flashing and it's...
We're all going to have a seizure.
Yeah.
I believe there's too much white in it.
Is it our screens or is it that one?
No,
or?
it's not.
Entire.
There we go.
That's better.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Feel free to start.
How do we
And
start
back.
the time?
Okay.
And it basically is talking about things. There are some images that should be censored. We must be respectful. Some things should not be said. We must not be offensive. We should be reasonable. The bottom line is the makers and founders of this nation put into the Constitution the very first amendment that gave free speech. And they included in there the right to petition the government for redress of grievances and other items because they were all so well related to the fact that the tyranny of the government is easy to enforce. They have the power. And in the previous case, I brought the case because I honestly believed I had a case. I don't file frivolous cases. But I also wanted to make a public record so that when and if the city attorney's office tries to make an attempt to keep me from attending the library commission meetings, you are not saying, oh, well, gee, Mr. Hartz, why didn't you come to us before? For the last 4 or 5 meetings, there has been a deputy city attorney, which is more times that the Library Commission has had it in all the years I've been going. And they sat there and they waited until I used a word which they say is prohibited. There is no such thing as a prohibited word in public comment. This is politics. This is political free speech from beginning to end, including this hearing. And if I decide to use an expletive, it is nobody's business but mine, and it is perfectly under the law my right, as it is yours. And so when you buy into the argument that if I use a curse word, I've somehow done something they can prohibit, what you're saying is that if you get in a situation where you feel something that other people don't agree with is necessary, will be restricted from doing it. And that's what I'm fighting for. When I started going to public meetings, I went into the first public meeting and I said, I'm here for 2 reasons. I'm here to ensure that members of the public are entitled to speak and are allowed to speak. And I'm here to see that if they ask for public records, which they normally need to speak effectively and protect their First Amendment rights by not having the appropriate data, that's what I'm here for. And yet I walk in this city meeting after meeting after meeting and watch members of commissions and boards tell people, you can't talk about that, you can't do this, you can't do that. And all of the other members will sit there silently and let it happen. And the thing that bothers me the most is they all took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and they will sit there and let their leadership violate that law, violate the First Amendment, violate the California Constitution, the Brown Act, and the Sunshine Ordinance. And they do so with impunity.
Thank you.
I myself am very grateful to have public comment. I just want to let you know about something that happened, and I don't want anybody else to be victimized like this. Thomas Piccirillo is a person who's well known to the task force. He comes very often to meetings. He speaks as a lawyer. He gives opinions about the way things go. He speaks very well, etc. He also uses this room and City Hall as a place to look for clients. And I fell victim to it. I had seen him taking money from people on the steps of City Hall. I'd seen him actively soliciting in the hallways here. So I thought it was quite normal. I met him. I gave him some money because I'm having some issues with the city attorney's office interpretation of a restraining order, and mostly filing and opening a brief in the Court of Appeals, which is no easy task for a layperson. I met him. I gave him some money. I gave him my file, and he said he was deaf, that we were going to correspond by text message, which seemed reasonable to me. Late last week, about 11 o'clock at night, I got a text from him saying he wanted me to deposit cash into his bank account, that he was leaving, and rather than meet the next scheduled date, he wanted this money right away. So it prompted me to do a public record search on him. He is a disbarred lawyer with a long disciplinary record dating back to 1996. He has 2 pages of disciplinary action with the State Bar of California. And I just feel, the money did hurt me, and I did not overreact in any way. I filed a complaint with the State Bar, filed the police report that was necessary. He left a paper trail through emails and through text. I kind of went out of my way to ensure that the State Bar would take jurisdiction, even though it was disbarred. And I just want to let this task force know that this is going on. There are plenty of victims that pass through this task force. Maybe they're not literate, maybe they're not lawyers, they're not able to articulate the way they need to. They certainly can't write appellate briefs. And Thomas Piccirillo has a long history of defrauding people. I just want to leave his disbarment record here, and I hope that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you.
The irony there is considerable. But I know this is...
I'm Sylvia Johnson, and I have a history of, since 2001, on paper evidence that the chair was supposed to get this money, and it's thousands of dollars. And I could not even go to court or nothing in 2001 to even get my progress started. And when I had first found this cure to cancer, it's been totally harassment ever since then. And I've gone through years and years of people setting me up, trying to give me some. Because I had Friday tumor in my head and no help from nobody. I had to tough it out, suffer and suffer, years and years and years. And I'm not going to ever go through that again. And these laws that they have, it's really picking on what the business distributors can, really get money. Because there's more better laws that you can put on business distributors where they're going to get more amount than what they're doing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Petrillos?
First of all, I want to address a quick personal issue. Lou, you're commenting on my face. I've had a stomach bypass surgery for medical reasons, and in the past 4 months now, I've lost 50 pounds safely. So that's why there's kind of a new look to me.
I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm glad you're feeling better.
I am. I really am, and I got great new numbers today. It'll be on the blog soon enough. Okay, I'm using public comment to call attention to the alleged calendar of George Gascon. I went over my records and saw that I have had complaints against the district attorney's office going back to 2014. The guy is not keeping an adequate calendar. You see on this day, Wednesday, he had one appointment, an interview. And when you do find things listed on his calendar, it's generally for interviews with the media. Here we see Monday the 28th, nothing at all on his daytime calendar, but in the evening he's speaking to a neighborhood organization. Why I'm bringing this to your attention is because it's clear. The district attorney is a department head. He has faced several complaints from me about his calendars. He's not keeping them. When he sends his representative, Alex Bastian, to the task force, Alex does a song and dance and doesn't know anything about what is supposedly being changed about maintaining a real calendar. And Alex is like, oh, I've got to check with people. I think there's been about 3 meetings where he's pulled that routine. This is not okay. You're going to have a matter, if I'm not mistaken, coming from the Compliance Committee regarding Gascon's office. I was promised at the last complaint committee, I think it was 2 weeks ago now, from Alex that the district attorney, on the advice of the city attorney, was going to be maintaining a real calendar. Well, there it is from September. That's the supposed improvement. We've got a real problem here with the district attorney, and part of the problem is the city attorney is not giving them the right advice to tell us who the district attorney is meeting with, who's at the meetings, what is discussed. I'm going to keep coming here about this matter until we get it solved, and that's it. Thank you. I need to get that paper back, Lee.
Oh, I don't know how it ended up in front of me.
Next speaker.
Follow-up points, but not questions.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm very troubled by some of the things that the task force does that I think make it very much less fair for the public. To do as was done here, combine hearings that are listed separately on the agenda, is to throw into potential tremendous confusion certainly the complainant, who is hoping and expecting to get a hearing as shown on the agenda. It is baffling and confusing enough when things shift around and things are taken in different orders, but to change the way that it's going to proceed, there's nothing about that in your procedures. Your procedures don't say that your complaint may be combined with other complaints that you have filed or anything close to it. And to not say what the public is going to have as their opportunity for comment is to exclude the public from clarity about how you're running your meetings and put them at a great disadvantage too. I was asking what your rule would be for the public, since you talked about giving Mr. Hartz, the complainant, 4 times the amount of time for 4 complaints, and the respondent. Well, what about the public? I also think that it's very, very problematic to take a final action only after you've heard 4 complaints, unless there's a very strong reason to do that, and I think that should be worked out to the degree possible in advance. It makes what I call complaints cheaper by the dozen, which is to say violations cheaper by the dozen, easier and more convenient for the respondent. And likewise with grouping complaints that are not taken in sequence. I had been told at one time, when on a very rare and maybe only request I had for a prompt hearing, I was told that the task force takes complaints and hears them in order. But the complaints that Library Users Association filed were not taken in order. They were scheduled all together in July and September, even though there were filed 2 complaints in the mid-April and 2 complaints in mid-May. Also, they were very greatly delayed. I'd also like to say that in the last item, the administrator does not run this meeting, and after my public comment, I don't appreciate him saying we're taking up the next item without any comment by the chair or any opportunity for this body to discuss what that public comment was. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
Mr. Chair?
Discussion, Member Pilpel?
I just had a couple of follow-up points. First, to Deputy City Attorney Threet, I've been holding back on asking this, but I now feel moved to do so. Can you just clarify briefly, and if we need to get into a lengthier discussion, we can do it in one of the following agenda items or at a subsequent meeting. Is public comment at a public meeting in the city, as has been suggested, constitutionally protected free speech? Is it a more limited forum, or is it some other thing? Do you have a quick sense of that?
Through the chair to Member Bilbao, the question of whether speech is constitutionally protected can be a complex and fact-intensive inquiry. And if you'd like a general answer, I could address it to the specifics of the.
I understand and I appreciate that answer. I'm just wondering if general public comment, perhaps comment not on an agenda item, but general public comment at a public body under the Brown Act and the Ordinance, is that
so
pretty much?
The nature of the protections under the First Amendment depend on the nature of the forum.
Yeah,
involved.
that's why I was asking about the limited
and
public forum.
a public meeting is generally considered under the case law as a limited public forum, where the time, manner, and of the speech can be regulated by both rules and by reasonable discretion of the chair.
Okay.
Things such as disruptions of meeting can be limited by the chair. Folks that are significantly disruptive can be removed from meetings without violating the First Amendment. The case law is pretty clear on these things. It gets complicated, though, depending on what the nature of the speech is and the context that is involved.
The nature, the context, the circumstance.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there is an ability to limit the speech in that forum. Yes.
Okay. It is therefore different from someone speaking in the public square or handing out pamphlets or that sort of thing.
That's considered a traditional public forum, and it involves core First Amendment protection, and there has to be quite a significant justification for limitation in that forum.
Okay. That's basically the answer I was looking for. That's very helpful. And then as to Mr. Petrellis's points, I believe the calendar question is still at compliance and amendments. I think we continued that to hear further.
That is
from the
correct.
DA. Okay. Is Mr. Petrellis still in the room? No. Okay. And as to that particular incident that he noted on the calendar, that was actually a political event that the district attorney attended that evening, and I was present at that event and had an exchange with the DA about this question on the calendars. So it's interesting that he pointed that out on the calendar. I'm sure we'll discuss that again at compliance. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Before we jump into the next 4 items, does any member of the task force wish to take a break? This may be a fairly long section. If we're good, then we'll press on. And let's also be clear on how we're going to do this.
Yes.
What we're going to provide.
I will call the next 4 items for the record. We will take a vote on the jurisdiction of the 4 items together.
Okay.
Then we will take each item up individually. We will call item 4. We'll allow the complainant to make his comment. We'll allow the respondent to make their comments. And then we will move on to the next item and so forth. at the end of the presentations of the 4 items, the committee will be allowed to go into their question and answer period, and the task force will make an action on each item individually.
And we'll also do rebuttals individually? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll take public comment individually before acting.
Yes, and I think with the public comment, will be on each, so there'll be 4 periods of public comment.
Yes, that will be based upon the motions from the task force towards the end of it.
Exactly, and public comment is typically 2 minutes. If any member of the public would like to speak longer than 2 minutes, please identify that at the beginning. We'll certainly consider that on a case-by-case basis.
3 minutes normally.
Sorry, 3 minutes, correction. DCA 3.
In response to Chair Hyland's comment, to the extent that there's going to be longer periods, if the chair's decided that there's 2 minutes, to the extent there will be longer periods of public comment, that same amount must be provided to every member of the public.
That's what I was trying to get to. Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. Member Wolf.
Shouldn't the amount of public comment sessions line up exactly to however many motions come out of those 4 hearings? So if one motion came out, there'd be 1 set of public comments. If 2 motions came out, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
That's at your discretion. Let's see when we get there, but there'll be at least 1 opportunity on each item.
DCA 3.
Through the chair, to the extent there's 1 motion, that would not control the amount of the number of times there's public comment. There's public comment allowed on each agenda item.
Right. Yeah. So just because.
Got that.
Yeah, that might. Okay, I think we're clear. All right. Yeah. So each one. Okay.
Item number 4. File number 15101, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Sue Blackman and the Library Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.15D and 67.17 for abridging or prohibiting public criticism. Item number 5, file number 15102, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Sue Blackman and the Library Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.16 for failure to accurately summarize public comment. Item number 6, file number 15103, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Commissioner I will not try to pronounce this, Mary Jihardouzi and the Library Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.15 by abridging or prohibiting public criticism. Item number 7, file number 15104, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against President Teresa Ono and the Library Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.15 by abridging or prohibiting public criticism. Do I have a motion regarding jurisdiction on these 4 items?
So moved.
Second.
Is there public comment on the matter of jurisdiction?
Peter Warfield, the questions that keep coming up about procedure are precisely the reason why this is a formula for confusion and for problems. I agree with determination of jurisdiction for 15101, 15102. I think on 15103, it would be useful if we decided what the name is of that commissioner. I understand it to be a hyphenated name that is Mary Wardell Giraduzzi. And for the final complaint in this hodgepodge of everything all at once, but before I say that, I want to say I certainly object to excluding from the public its right to its 3 minutes of public comment for each agenda item. And as your attorney said, public has a right to comment whether or not and regardless of what your motions are, including if you have no motion.
Mr. Warfield, we've covered that.
So on 15104, the administrator said the public could comment on the motions. 15104, agree with your having jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, I made a mistake. It was 3 minutes, and we'll grant 3 minutes for each scheduled item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the issue of jurisdiction and jurisdiction only?
I'm Selma Johnson, and I've been making my mark rambles, and I've been doing the educated and employments, but it's not in the way that this schedule has been written. As some of the jurisdictions on there is one of the ways that been done in business because of too highly recommend and been put out as the business is not there anymore. And this is what I've been talking about on a lot of these things that they have on 9, 10, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a leader in standards.
Ms. Johnson, do you have anything on jurisdiction?
This is what I'm talking about. All these jurisdictions, can be economic in these values.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And Mr. Clerk, just want to make sure that we do have that spelling of the commissioner's name correctly in item 6. Can you verify that?
I did pull it from the complaint form, but if there is an error in the spelling, I will double check and make the correction.
Is that something we can do now and get it in the record correctly?
Mr. Chair, I would just suggest that that's how the complainant filed it. When we get there, if we find a violation, we can use the hyphenated name if that's what the commissioner uses. And
well, I'm just worried about
we can ask the library commissioner or somebody from that.
I'm worried about adequate noticing. That's where I'm getting at with this.
I believe that they were properly noticed, and I believe that the commissioner is present. Yes? No. Not present. Okay, but maybe we need to hear from Ms. Blackman for a moment.
Ms. Blackman,
questions? Can I just ask? Good evening. Hello, Ms. Blackman.
Clarify this first. How are you?
Sue Blackman, Library Commission Secretary. It is Commissioner Wardell Ghirarducci, and she wasn't able to attend tonight.
Okay.
But she was notified, she was aware, and you are representing her?
Yes.
Or representing the library, all of that?
Could you spell that for us? W-A-R-D-E-L-L-L.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
So noted and corrected, Mr. Clerk.
I will make the correction to the name of the commissioner.
Okay. All right.
Would you like to begin with the comment from the complainant on item
I would
number
suggest
4?
that we take the motion before us without objection.
Yeah. Motion of jurisdiction. We haven't taken that yet.
Oh, my apologies. The question of jurisdiction,
for all
motion
4
made by
items.
Member Hefner, seconded by Member Hinsey. I believe it is the desire of the committee to adopt that motion without objection.
So noted. Okay.
That motion is adopted.
Okay.
Would you like to start off with the complainant for the first item of 1510101?
Yes, please. Mr. Hartz.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And I just want to briefly show you this list of 24 orders of determination. So I'm not new to the ball game, and I don't file specious complaints. I win 75% of the complaints I file. So I've become very familiar with the law. On page 72 of your packet is my summary, and I kind of figured you were going to pull something like this, so I basically summarized them in a way that would make it effective. Section 6717, public comment by members of a policy body, provides that every member of a policy body retains the full constitutional right of a citizen to comment publicly. I'm dealing with this part of the complaint first, as the section allows members to respond to public comment. Ms. Blackman is not a member of the Library Commission. She is the Library Commission Secretary and was acting in that capacity during the meeting. This section does not give her permission to comment and or respond respond to members of the public. Had she asked the chair for permission to comment, that would be a different thing, or made some effort, but she just simply did the following. Doing so was particularly egregious in that she did so from the dais, acting in her official capacity as the secretary and also as a city employee. On page 1 of her response letter to the complaint, Ms. Blackman wrote, quote, "Off the microphone, Ms. Blackman said to Mr. Hartz that it was inappropriate for him to use the curse word. Mr. Hartz told her to drop dead. His comment was audible to the commissioners and likely heard by some members of the public." What I'm saying is, I have been trying for years to get the Library Commission to respond to concerns I have about the library's operations. And their public statement on numerous occasions is, we do not respond to public comment. And now here's Ms. Blackman, who is not a member of the commission, deciding that even though they're not going to respond to the public, she's entitled to. By her own admission, Ms. Blackman, in full view and hearing of the public, criticized my public comment. Her comment did not specifically limit her criticism to the use of one particular word, and therefore could be construed as a criticism of the whole. On page 3 of her response, Ms. Blackman states, "The Sunshine Ordinance does not prohibit a commission secretary from speaking to a member of the public who has just completed public comment, nor does it prohibit a commission secretary from voicing a response to the comment." Again, it does not say that the president or the mayor or anybody else can't comment. It says that the members can comment. And again, she is not a member. And you have to consider there also is, if it's going to be anybody who happens to sit on the dais, is the deputy city attorney allowed to take a free shot? How about the city librarian or the deputy city librarian? Is the member of the public just a fair target for anybody who wants to, without permission, make a comment? Following that logic, anyone sitting on the dais can make any gratuitous comment without limitation. This would have a chilling effect not only on the particular person, but any or all members of the public who might wish to make public comment. The second part of this, 6715, public testimony. I'm not going to read the public testimony. It's in the ordinance. Ms. Blackman's statement that my public comment was inappropriate sends the message that there are certain prohibitions on words that members of the public may use. Not only is this unlawful, but it is totally arbitrary. It sends a message to the public that they are prohibited from using specific words when making public comment. If they were to do so, they can now solely, at Ms. Blackman's whim, expect to be publicly chastised. As Ms. Blackman was acting in her capacity as Library Commission Secretary, her public criticism can be construed as a prohibition based solely on her own moral judgment. In fact, given that she was acting as the official capacity, it would be totally reasonable for a member of the public to conclude that she was speaking on the behalf of the Library Commission and prohibiting the use of words which are in fact constitutionally protected for political free speech. And I appreciate Commissioner Pilpel asking the question, and I know it's a limited public forum, but it still does not change the fact that it's politics. And if I'm making public comment at a public meeting and it's a political meeting of a nature, I have the protection of the Constitution, the state of California, the Brown Act, and Sunshine. And they have to prove that they are entitled to stop me from speaking, not the other way around. But what I'm saying here is Ms. Blackman has now, in full view of the public, set up a dynamic where we can arbitrarily pick a word that you say and choose to attack your public comment based on that simple word. And very honestly, that's what the Romans used to call proscription. Getting somebody, and somebody mentioned the Minority Report before, getting somebody before they break the law. You can't set up a dynamic telling people they can't use certain words.
Thank you, Mr. Hartz. Does any members of the public like to speak on behalf of this particular case, supporting the complainant? Seeing none, would the respondents like to approach?
Good evening. Sue Blackman, Library Commission Secretary. We are treating this as one item. We have a video that we're going to show of the actual event that we tried to keep under 5 minutes. So it starts about 1 minute into Mr. Hart's 3 minutes public comment. I wanted to let you know we do have President Ono with us today and Michael Lambert, our Deputy City Librarian, and we will be available for rebuttal and to answer any questions.
Actually,
Who's who?
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
He is
Never feel
Sue,
bad.
and that's,
she's Ms. Blackman, he's
you're Ms.
Mr.
Blackman.
Lambert.
He's Mr. Lambert.
And
you're
Ms. Ono
Okay.
is-
I just want to know who
Great.
the players were.
Okay.
Can you just pause it for a second? Could I suggest that the task force, I certainly am interested in seeing the video. I suspect we're all interested in seeing it. Could we perhaps not charge that against their time and just ask that we see it and then restart their clock so that they can provide,
That's reasonable.
testimony?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to suggest that. And just to be clear, Mr. Warfield, you'd also come forward with a DVD. Once this is played, if you can confirm that this is what you're going to show us, if there's any differences in your version, I think
one
that'd
more
be
thing.
That'd be appropriate to see that as well.
Assistant
Fisher?
Chair Hyland.
Yeah.
We'll need complete quiet because I don't think we have speakers here, so we're going to be.
Yes.
We'll be fine.
Oh, we'll be good. Okay. We have.
Right.
I've talked about the fact that on their own reports to the California Secretary of State, this group, since 2000, has raised more than $70 million, and you can't tell us where that money went. They come in and make unsubstantiated claims, and you sit there and nod your heads like a bunch of those dogs in the back of a car with their heads on a spring. No wonder Mr. Staub is gone. For somebody who gets $154,000 a year salary, he hasn't presented one time before the public where the money and what the Friends do. He comes in and makes claims at general public comment. You nod your heads, making it sound like you agree that what he's saying is correct, and then he disappears, and now he's disappeared for good, just like Donna Barrow, the previous president of the Friends, did. I would think the people who are members of the Friends would want to know where $70 million that group raised went, and you haven't presented anything. If the usual patterns are followed, the answer to this question is a resounding absolutely fucking not.
Additional public comment? Excuse me?
She told me my comment was not acceptable. It's a constitution, and if I want to use that word, I have the right to use it.
I object, Madam President, in the comment that he made to her.
Yes.
Well, she shouldn't comment to me.
I like to put it for the record that he made a derogatory comment toward her, that it could be
To me, I responded.
that it could be seen as harmful, and I like to.
Put it in the record honestly. If you're going to do it honestly. She said something to me, and I referred back to her.
Read that thing. Read the policy, right?
For me,
I think the president should read it.
for Madam President.
I'm going to be reading the mayor's policy on discriminatory or harassing remarks made at public meetings.
Those were not directed at anybody.
Item A1, city policy and governing law prohibit discrimination against or harassment of city employees. The city invites public comment about its operation, including comment about the performance of its public officials and employees at the public meetings of city boards and commission. But city policies, along with federal, state, and local laws, prohibit discrimination against or harassment of city employees based on race, sex, and the other categories listed below.
What was it based on?
Discriminatory or harassing comments about or in the
Sexuality or sexual orientation?
or in the presence of city employees, even comments by third parties, may create a hostile work environment if severe or pervasive. City policy prohibits discrimination or harassment of its employees on the basis of race, color, ancestry, national origin, ethnicity, place of birth, sex, age, religion, creed, disability or medical condition, HIV/AIDS status, sexual orientation, marital or or domestic partner's status, gender, identity, parental status, pregnancy, weight or height, or any other characteristic protected by state or federal employment discrimination laws or by the San Francisco Charter or local ordinance.
And since we have a deputy city attorney here, why don't you explain how that applies to constitutionally protected political free speech?
I'd like to call you out of order, and we're going to ask for a recess.
Why? It's going to help have another private meeting in that.
We're at recess.
Can I get one of your cards? What's your name?
Public participate, but if he becomes disruptive again, we will be asked to remove him. Additional public comment on item number 2.
Glenn Remisky. I'm a member of the board of the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library.
It was there. It was there.
You didn't hear it?
It was there.
Should have took her running.
Mr. Warfield, was that your version that you wanted to show us?
Not 100%. So there's two things. About 2 minutes into this, and at around 33 minutes into the one I gave you, which is the full meeting, I didn't see in this one as clearly as I did when I sat up close this afternoon the body language that went between the city attorney, Ms. Blackman, and the chair. So that's number one. It's 2 minutes into this one. And number two, where they have a label JavaScript and so on at the bottom of the screen, you saw after the recess Luis Herrera, the library, the head of the library, the city librarian, coming into the very bottom and doing something underneath that label. And I believe that that label on the version that I have, which is a straight recording, I believe, shows a person there, somebody partially balding, and that was a security guard who was standing and talking with Mr. Hartz during this event, and he's completely invisible in this version under that label. Right. In this version, that comes at about 4 minutes, 40 seconds in.
Yeah, I think President Ono actually addressed him, so I was aware that there was a security person there. That's how I saw it, and that he stood next to Mr. Hartz. So I didn't miss that. That's who I assume that person was.
I saw Mr. Herrera come after the recess and talk with somebody, but I didn't see the person, so I didn't see the security guard this time.
But you're comfortable that we have the gist of it from this recording?
As I said, I think it would be worthwhile to repeat the portion where the policy is handed in, and if you want me to do it on my time, I'd be happy to do that. But it's 2 minutes. It's about 2 minutes into this one, where there's some communication of physical gestures and so on going on.
So the policy was passed down around the corner, basically.
Well,
we saw that. We saw that, I thought, yeah.
I'm going to have to say why I think it was important, and that, as I said earlier, that this was an ambush. You did not hear Teresa Ono ask for anything. You saw there was a communication, in other words, now. Shall we spring the ambush now? And it looked to me as though the city attorney took a piece of paper from Miss Blackman and then passed it to Ms. Ono at the signal.
I think we got the gist. Thank you for that extra information. If only he'd exited stage right.
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could I suggest that we go back to where we were and have Ms. Blackman give her statement if she had something?
Yes.
We sort of took time out to do the
okay.
thing.
So this is back to respondents. You guys have up to 5 minutes to talk on this.
Okay, I just have one additional thing to say. What I said to him was off mic. It was not as my position of sitting there in Library Commission Secretary. I was just shocked at what he said at a Library Commission meeting. He had his full 3 minutes to speak. He was not stopped in any way. Nobody, it wasn't made public that I had said it was inappropriate, and I tried to be very quiet about it. So I will here again to answer any questions.
And your testimony is inappropriate.
Mr. Hartz.
You can do it, I can do it.
Mr. Hartz, I will tell you one thing. If you had spoken up that much in my meeting, you'd already be out of that room. So please behave yourself in that respect. Is there anyone else? No other statement by the respondent? Anybody in support of the respondent? Yes. I believe so. Yes.
I'm Glenn Remisky. I'm a city resident. I'm not a frequent flyer here, but I was the next one up when this incident happened and was in the room. And when Mr. Hartz made his comment about dropping dead, the whole room heard it. And I immediately looked toward his hand to see if he was carrying anything. That meeting place is unsecured. Anybody can get in there with anything. And as a part of this after his allotted time, that comment in a very threatening manner, not only to the public, but especially to the Secretary of the Commission, who's an employee. And the city and every employer has an obligation to provide a harassment-free workplace. I spent 40 years as a longshoreman. I wrote the discrimination and anti-harassment policy for the ILWU. Now, this kind of activity, both the profanity and the dropping dead comment, would not be allowed on the docks. And it shouldn't be allowed in a public meeting. My time was, finally I went up. What happened after that was the police officer that was there came over to try to settle Mr. Hartz down. Luis Herrera, the city librarian, came down and in a very generous and manner I don't really agree with, allowed him to stay. Now, through none of that meeting was anyone denied their opportunity to speak or comment. And a lot of this stuff from a lot of the frequent flyers goes beyond the clock. And in this particular instance, those comments of dropping dead out of any kind of context, loud enough to be heard, can only be seen as a threatening action by this individual. And it should be stopped. And to me, there's a difference. There's a difference between a comment to commission members and a comment to the Secretary of the Commission. That's a city employee. That should be a higher standard than people that volunteer, get elected, or ask for it. So I think that's what's the most egregious about the way the Secretary of the Commission, the action that it took place that she and the rest of the audience were exposed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, I'd like to state that what I saw in the video is he said drop dead, turned on his heel, went straight back to his seat. I didn't see anything threatening. I didn't see any possibility of weapons being produced, none of that. That's not how it appeared to me, but I appreciate your viewpoint.
Could I just...
hold on one second. Anyone else for the respondents?
Actually, this was on Mr. Remisky's comment. Thank you. That was very helpful to have a third party. If you could just be sure that Victor has the correct spelling of your name, that would be good for the minutes. But thank you again for coming.
Ms. Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Johnson, and I appreciate you supervisors to be working real hard in this case. That we need more better conversations with our saying, with words like that we can be able to do this on a jurisdiction of the Ten Commandments. Because that's what world peace is and our freedom is about. And I think that there's been laws that has already been put out, and I got put in prison for it. It's too perfect for them. And I want to make sure that the next times I get is going to be done by my sister. She's more jurisdiction with judgment and lawyers and stuff. So I'm waiting to.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody else in support of the respondent? Seeing nobody.
Would you like to move on to the next item?
Please.
The next item is file number 15102.
Hold on one second. Hold on. We can consider public comment at this point with each or at the end sequentially. Let's go with it at this point.
But let's be clear. If we're allowing it now, then we likely won't take public comment on subsequent motions, because then we're taking all the public comment related to this file right here, right now.
Correct. So I would
want.
Yeah, I think that would be more beneficial to the public to be able to make the comment on the case and any motions. If we take it now, we can't take it again later. So
well, we can. It's just we would likely not.
We're trying to be a little more efficient in that. So we're gonna wait on public comment, Mr. Warfield. Thank you. All right.
Would Mr. Hartz like to make his presentation on file number 15102?
Oh, you took jurisdiction on all of them. Okay.
Yeah, we already did that.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And this thing's not working again. This is an article from the San Francisco Examiner, and at the very bottom, it's a quote from Jewel Gomez, the former
That's good.
The former president of the Library Commission following a Library Commission meeting, and this was posted on the Library Commission website.
Let's start the clock again.
Okay. Her comment was, quote, "I'm getting a restraining order. The man is crazy. He thinks he is the center of the universe and he can say whatever he wants. Well, this is civil discourse and he cannot say whatever he wants. I know 12 people who would fucking bury him if I could walk out of here today. Shit." So Ms. Blackman is offended by my using that word, but she doesn't mind being a party to a conversation with the president of the Library Commission where she makes what I consider more of a threat than anything I've ever said. And I appreciate the comments of, oh, well, Mr. Hart's, threatening all this other stuff. I was not threatening anybody. It was inappropriate for Ms. Blackman to make any comment on my public comment, especially out loud in front of the public. She wrote in her own letter that several members of the public probably hear it. And I would ask you to think, what will be the effect on members of the public when they see a public employee publicly chastise somebody for their public comment? And I would also like to say that it is unreasonable for a person to have their rights violated and just to expect them to just gradually move away. On page 114 of your packet, it talks about the meeting, and in the second paragraph it says, on page 4 of her response to this complaint, Ms. Blackman wrote, "The minutes explain Mr. Hartz's comment, include his 150-word summary, state that there was an exchange between the commission secretary and Mr. Hartz, state what Commissioner Wardell Garducci said in response, and note the commission president Ono read the mayor's policy. While this may be essentially true, it is deceptively presenting several key factors. One, Ms. Blackman's action instigated the incident. If she had not said anything, there would have been nothing happened. Commissioner Wardell Garducci's public statement that my response was derogatory and potentially harmful. Had she read the mayor's policy, and did she actually make a good faith effort to determine whether I had actually violated it? And the same goes for the President Ono's reading of the mayor's policy. I think it was done in a way that you could see that as, let's make everybody think Mr. Hartz violated the policy. We're not going to have a discussion, not even among the members of the commission. We're simply going to read the policy and let everybody believe what they want. And I have a hard time believing that they didn't understand that certain members of the public would believe that my comments were in violation of that policy. Charging that I was harassing Ms. Blackman amounts to an attempt to defame my character. They don't like what I say. They don't like how I say it. And the bottom line is James Chafee was going there for 30-some years, and I used to joke with him. I said, James, you go in there going by the Marquis of Queensberry rules, and they're fighting by mixed martial arts rules. They get to do whatever they want, say whatever they want, imply whatever they want, and you're not given a chance to respond. And that's what Ms. Blackman did. She wanted to take a cheap shot. She made a comment which was totally inappropriate. She's not a member of the commission and is not entitled to speak. Otherwise, if you don't draw that line, then why not the deputy city attorney or the city librarian or whatever, and none of them even have to ask permission from the chair. And you didn't see in there either her or Wardell Garducci asked the chair for permission to speak. They just yelled out. And I'm the only one who's tasked with not following the rules. Okay. Harassing city employees, Ms. Ono finally did read the rest of the policy. I would ask you each to honestly decide whether I actually violated the policy. And if you went to a public meeting and made a comment and then they read a public policy in a way that it made it seem like you had violated it, wouldn't you feel like they were attacking your character, impugning it? They don't like what I have to say. And the bottom line is they can't keep me from saying it, so what they're doing is looking for a way to preclude me from being there at all. That's what I said before. But the bottom line is she had no right to do it, and then they went and they made it a public record. They published it. It is now official public record that I violated the policy, and I'd guarantee you any any person who just read that comment in the minutes would probably make the assumption that I had violated the policy.
Thank you. Anybody in support of the complainant in this particular case? Seeing none, respondents, please approach.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Teresa Ono, Library Commission President. One of the things I wanted to mention is I was the first person that made a comment after Mr. Hartz said the curse word. One of my concerns is that there are young people that attend our commission meetings. I don't recall if there's anyone in the room at the time, but a lot of our attendees have been young teens who have been helping us on some of the teen-centered design, and also they're members of the public. So my concern is anytime there's a curse word used during our meetings, I was offended by it, and I said it first, I think before Ms. Blackman said anything. Commissioner Wardell Garducci also commented, and the only reason I was past the mayor's policy was because I couldn't find my copy. I have a copy in my binder. I just couldn't find it at the time, and I was asking for a copy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody in support of the respondent for this particular case? Seeing none.
Mr. Hartz, would you like to comment on your next item, file number 15103?
You reset the time for me, please. I'd like to. Okay. This is 15103, and this is on page 160 of your packet. Making a false, harmful statement about another individual is usually not enough to meet the minimum legal requirement for defamation. Most states require that a defaming statement is published before allowing legal action. This legal definition of the term published differs from everyday use of the word, and it means that someone other than the person making the statement and its target must have heard, read, or seen the statement. This presents frivolous lawsuits from potentially false statements made during arguments or other potentially emotionally intense situations. In considering the matter, it must be taken in its entirety rather than piece by piece, as Ms. Blackman would have you do in her response to the complaint. In the approved official meeting minutes, Ms. Blackman writes, quote, Commissioner Wardell-Giorducci says she wanted to put on record that Mr. Hartz made a derogatory comment to the commission secretary, end quote. If that had been the end of her comment, she would have been certainly within her rights. That, however, is not where it stopped. She proceeded to collude with both the Commission President, Teresa Ono, and DCA Brad Rusi to publicly accuse me of violating city policy. And I read you the end of the mayor's policy on harassment. It said it's unlawful. So they basically implied, or actually openly accused me of breaking the law. There's a clear line between responding to public comment and accusing a member of the public of acting unlawfully. Throughout the entire process, the commissioner made no effort to actually establish that I'd violated the policy on harassment. The commissioner had a responsibility to do more than simply make a, quote, false, harmful statement about another individual, unquote. From the definition above, her statements were heard by, quote, someone other than the person making the statement and its target, end quote. On page 1 of her response, Ms. Blackman writes, quote, off the microphone, Ms. Blackman said to Mr. Hartz that it was inappropriate for him to use the curse word. Mr. Hartz told her to drop dead, quote. End quote. His comment was audible to the commissioners and likely heard by some members of the public. And that was the actual end of the quote, I'm sorry. The commissioner did not apparently care that her accusations were being heard by members of the public. Furthermore, when the minutes of this meeting were approved, the accusation was made a matter of public record and published on the Library Commission's website, which is further acknowledged by Ms. Blackman on page 4 of her response to this complaint. Therefore, the commission accuses me multiple times and in multiple locations of violating the law. I do not believe that these actions are protected by 6717 of the Sunshine Ordinance. In her response to this complaint, Ms. Blackman cannot resist playing the part of censor and presents this as, and this is in her response, a vile personal attack directed at the city employee. So now it's gone from harassment to a vile personal attack. So in defending Commissioner Wardell-Giorducci, Ms. Blackman cannot resist exacerbating the false claims by adding her own characterization, which is also now a matter of public record, and I, along with my comments, are not only inappropriate, but also vile. For those of you who don't know history, I was a history major and studied a lot. There was a position in ancient Rome called the censor. And the censor was the keeper of the rolls of the Roman Senate. And he decided who was eligible to be in the Senate, but he was also a protector of public morality. And basically what I see in this whole circumstance is Ms. Blackman and now Ms. Ono, because she said the same thing, really do feel that they have the right to maintain public morals. And, you know, I'm sorry if they think that I used a word I shouldn't have used, but that doesn't change the right that they don't have they don't have a right to keep me from using it. I mean, very frankly, the father of behavioral conditioning, and I've lost his name here, B.F. Skinner, said any behavior that's rewarded will be repeated. And when they do stuff like this, my temptation is to go in and use words like that every time. But I'll be honest with you, I was angry because I was looking at the manus at the dais, and what the members of the commission were doing was what they often do. Let's make it very obvious to everybody in this room that we're not paying any attention to what he's saying. They were having private conversations with each other. One of them got up and walked out, and there was this whole bunch of other stuff going on, and that's when the word came out, and it was what I explained before, an excited utterance. It was just there. And then when Ms. Blackman publicly chastised me in front of the audience and said that was inappropriate, I was shocked. You know, she's saying she was shocked by my using the word. I was shocked that she does not understand that she doesn't have the right to do that.
Thank you. Any members of the public in support of the complainant on this case?
I can understand what he's going through because I go through it myself very often. You're looking at a clock. You want to choose your words carefully, and you're angry. It comes out. You don't mean for it to come out. And when you're looking and people are not paying attention to what you're saying, or they're doing other things, or they left the microphone on and they're making these comments that are unbelievable, or they're whispering and you're wondering what they're whispering about. There's all the kind of stuff going on in your head, and I can understand how there would be some kind of excited utterance. Things happen. You don't mean for it, but it happens sometimes.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Would the respondents like to approach?
Would the respondent like to make any comments on this matter?
Okay. Anybody in support of the respondent on this particular matter? Seeing none. Mr. Hartz, 15104.
Members of the task force, j'accuse. Library Commission President Teresa Ono is following in the steps of former President Jewel Gomez in her attempts to either shut me up or shut me out. In case number 14106 and again in case number 15036, Teresa Ono was found by this task force to have violated my rights under the Sunshine Ordinance. This latest contretemps has gone the furthest to publicly defame me. Following on the heels of Commissioner Wardell Ghirarducci and DCA Brad Rusi, President Ono piled on. The three of them colluded to give the impression to the public that I had violated the mayor's policy on harassment. As the person in charge of the meeting, she had a responsibility to control all of the participants, not simply direct her hostility to me. When Ms. Blackman made her comments, she said nothing and did nothing. When Wardell Ghirarducci, without asking permission to speak from the chair, she said nothing and did nothing. So basically, it was a free-for-all, let's all pile on Mr. Hartz. When Ms. Blackman made her inappropriate comments, something should have been done. When the commissioner accused me of violating city policy, something should have been done. Instead, Teresa Ono decided to exacerbate the situation by reading the mayor's policy on harassment, giving at least some members of the public the impression that I had violated the policy. What makes her behavior particularly egregious is that she not only participated in this farce, but has done everything since to defame me both orally and in writing. I considered it to be truly unbelievable that she would read the mayor's policy without realizing that at least some members of the public would conclude that I had violated that policy. This is particularly true given that she subsequently threatened me with removal, making no distinction between what I had said or what I had done. She then permitted and/or directed Sue Blackman to write minutes which misrepresented what actually occurred at that meeting. She then participated at the Fallaway Library Commission meeting to vote to approve those minutes despite my express concerns relating to their honesty. And this is what I want to kind of point out, and I think it's very important to consider. Who wrote the whole story that you're looking at? Ms. Blackman. She writes the minutes, and she writes what the commission wants, and if it makes me look bad, that's fine, and very conveniently, her name is never mentioned. Only Library Commission Secretary. So Mr. Hartz did this, Mr. Hartz did that, Mr. Hartz did that, but there's nothing to show that it was instigated. Now, I hate to ask you this, but at least consider it. If you went to a public meeting and you made a wholly proper public comment, and some member that had no right to do so told you your comment was inappropriate, wouldn't it get to you? Ms. Ono believes herself to be above the law. In this case, I believe it was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, but also of the Brown Act. Ms. Ono does not appreciate what I have to say and or how I say it, and she believes that this gives her the right to interfere with my public comment. I have repeatedly stated that in all my speech, which may include an occasional curse, is constitutionally protected political free speech. And we can do the song and dance about a limited forum and all that. But I don't think any of you would deny the fact that it is a political issue, and I was making a fair public comment, and it was inappropriate for Ms. Blackman to take it on her own to censor me. It is protected not only under the U.S. Constitution, but also that of the state of California. I believe her actions, Ms. Ono, on numerous occasions make it clear to attendees at the meetings that if you have a different viewpoint, she feels she has the right to either interfere with or silence you. It has certainly given me that impression. I believe Ms. Ono's action, as were Ms. Gomez, the prior president, those of a tyrant. As defined by the Oxford Dictionary, a tyrant is, quote, a person who behaves as if they have complete power over other people and can tell them what to do. I've been going to the library commissions for years, and their policy, as I've stated before, is we don't reply to public comment, but they do react. And the bottom line is, if that's what it takes to get them to show their true colors, they're the ones who have forced me into it. I was in the Navy for 12 years, and I observed fellow sailors who were constantly complaining they couldn't get dates. And I said, well, it's not a really surprise because that word is out of your mouth every other phrase. And it probably doesn't hit many women as being very gentlemanly or anything else. So I normally avoid it, and I only use it in extremis. And in this particular case, I was so incensed by the fact that they will sit up there and they will refuse to respond in any negligible way, not only to me, but people like James Chafee and Peter Warfield who bring legitimate concerns, and yet they feel free when they're given a chance like this to attack us and to try to make us look bad. And you may say, well, you made yourself look bad by using the word, but I don't think so. I think I was doing what I needed to do to get the point I needed to get across. And very frankly, I think that's why the First Amendment and all the other laws, including the ordinance, are there, so that people like me can say the things that need to be said to people like them.
Thank you. Any members of the public in support of this 15104? Seeing none, respondents, would you like to approach?
Hello again, Teresa Ono, President, Library Commission. I did want to read one part of the mayor's policy that I don't believe was on the tape. The city attorney's office is available to assist boards and commissions in identifying prohibited discrimination or harassment. So again, that was one of the reasons why I read the mayor's policy. I also wanted to say that I am not a censor. Mr. Hartz was given his 3 minutes, his full 3 minutes. So I don't believe that I am a tyrant or a censor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in support of the respondent on 15104? Seeing none, these 4 cases are now before the task force for discussion. I'm going to go on record and just say that, first of all, it's appropriate that I'm drinking tea. You can think of an analogy that goes with that, but I'm not going to say it. Honestly, I feel like I'm a principal at a schoolyard, and I feel like taking you both around the ears, clipping you, sending you back in with no lunch. This is clearly something that's been going on cumulatively for many years, I think. Mr. Hartz, I'm disappointed in you a little bit in bringing this in front of us. You usually have much higher quality cases. However, I understand why you're doing it, as far as getting it on the record and holding a light up, and I applaud you for that. That's just my take on it, and I'd be curious to see what the members of the task force have to say about it. Member Pilpel.
I guess I would agree only to the extent that it's not a great situation, and, you know, things have been sort of the way they are or getting worse over the years at the Library Commission, in my experience. But I mean, the fact that people disagree with actions that the commission takes or actions that the city librarian take is not unusual, and our, you know, system of public comment allows people to express their views on the actions taken. And so long as they're able to express their views and that the minutes reasonably reflect what occurred, and the meeting is allowed to proceed without undue interruption, then I think everybody sort of has their little role to play. I attend a number of meetings around the city, and agree from time to time and disagree from time to time with actions that commissions take, and I express that, relatively respectfully. And that's just sort of the way things work. I wanted to turn to a few specifics, and I have a couple of questions for both the complainant and the respondent, if I may. Thank you.
Sure.
So to the complainant, let me start with Mr. Hartz. If I understand correctly, having heard your statements, read all the papers, as to the 4 items, let me start with the first one. In what way do you believe that Ms. Blackman's response violated 67.15D?
Because the ordinance clearly says members of the commission or board are free to speak. She's not a member.
That's 17. You were alleging that violated 15D and somehow restricted your public comment.
See, this is why I objected to the whole thing. Now you're going to go back and forth to different cases and
I'm
expect
starting
me to.
with the first one.
We're on the first one. First one is 6715D and 6717.
And I'm using Deputy City Attorney Threet's memo, which I used to not use, but this was very helpful, by the way. Thank you, Jerry. So the question was, in what way did Ms. Blackman's comment to you violate 67.15D by abridging your public criticism of the commission or the library?
She set up a prohibition. She basically said, you used a word that is inappropriate. Was that her personal judgment, her judgment as the library commission, or is she speaking for?
I understand the history. We've gone over that. I'm asking you how.
How does it present it chills it going forward? Now I have to worry every time I go, are they sitting there waiting for me to just say a particular word so they can jump on me again?
So you're saying that it prospectively chills speech that you haven't made yet?
Yes.
Mr. Hartz, okay. I think what Member Pilpel's saying, we're trying to establish here is that there was no abridging. That's what we're trying to establish. And I think we've all agreed on that. Now, you also mentioned a future fear of being abridged in future. And that's
it's happened before, so.
Right. We'll certainly watch that. And if those cases come up, we'll certainly have the commission in front of us to make sure that the violations are found there. I think what Member Pilpel is saying is that
on these specific facts,
on this specific presentation of 3 minutes, there was no abridgment. We agreed on that. I mean,
no.
Okay. So you
I mean, public criticism of what the person says is an abridgment.
Okay, I see what you're saying that way.
You're basically saying, you're using language that I don't approve of, and your public comment is inappropriate. That's what she said. My public comment is inappropriate. She didn't say the curse word. She said my public comment is inappropriate.
Right. Or prohibit public criticism.
I'm not sure that we heard exactly what was said. I thought I understood it to say either what you said was inappropriate or just that was inappropriate. And that is sort of a vague reference. I would take that to mean your use of that word was inappropriate, not your entire public comment had no merit whatsoever.
And you're saying everybody would take it that way?
No, I'm saying I would, and a reasonable person may. Reasonable people can disagree about how they would interpret speech.
I just know that now there are words that Ms. Blackman will look for. And how many of those words are there? Will she tell us that?
Well, she's probably not going to say anything going forward.
I know.
Because...
Well, no. What I'm saying is...
But part of the point here is that you're entitled to your opinion, I'm entitled to my opinion, she's entitled to her opinion.
But she's supposed to follow the order. I was being pinged for not following the order. Did she ask the chair for permission to speak? No, she didn't. She just went out.
She was speaking to you. She wasn't speaking to the commission. You were speaking to the commission, and
I think that there's no difference between the two. She was doing it publicly, sitting on the dais in front of the meeting, and all the members of the public there. And how many heard her and how many didn't isn't an issue. It's the fact that, as defamation definition says, did anybody hear it? And they did.
I'm not getting into defamation or libel or slander.
No, you're just looking for a way to let her off the hook.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Okay,
I disagree. I think her.
In any event, I interpret
Member
I
Pilpel,
think
hold
that
on.
was-
Let me just. This, I think, obviously, there's a lot of passion at that meeting on both sides. And I think these were passionate, off-the-cuff reactions. Was she stating, oh, your whole 150-word presentation was inappropriate, announcing to the whole room? Absolutely not. It was aimed directly at you. That's how it appeared on the video, which was... You have done it to me, and I've called you out on it in the past, for swearing. We've had this discussion before, just for the record. But I think, again, to use the the playground analogy, 2 kids in a court are fighting, not announcing to the whole playground, the issues. That's not how this appeared on video to me. Was she out of line? Yes. Were you out of line? Probably yes.
Well,
anyhow.
If I can continue.
Carry on, Member Pilpel.
A couple other things on that. In my view, the statement that was inappropriate, or I think that was inappropriate, is different from you can't say that. It was not a prohibition of speech. In my view, it was a caution. And perhaps an appropriate caution to not escalate and perhaps to de-escalate speech.
Member Fisher, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually with Vice Chair Hyland on this. You both misbehaved. And I got to say, I kind of agree with, I think it was Commissioner Ono or President Ono. I mean, this is a library. The library to me, maybe I'm old. I just turned 53. I'm old. A library to me is like a school. And, you keep bringing up schoolyard. I'm sorry, Mr. Hartz, but that kind of language is really inappropriate. So, that's what I'm having a problem with. I mean, City Hall, yeah, we sometimes beat people up a little bit with our words and our language, but libraries and schools, when I heard the fact that there was youth there, again, I put library with school, and this is not how we teach people.
Okay, thank you, Member Fisher. Just to get back to what Member Pilpel was saying, and I'm going to try and summarize it for you in the interest of time. I think what he's trying to say is that there was no abridgment, and it wasn't a public criticism. This was between 2 people that have dealt with each other over many years. That's kind of how I'm seeing it. I think that's what Member Pilpel is saying.
And the last point I wanted to make on this complaint, I have had interactions not with Ms. Blackman at the Library Commission, but with other commission secretaries where I've made statements where the commission secretary disagreed with my view and told me so after my comment. That did not dissuade or discourage me from making the comment. It simply reflected that person's opinion. And just as I have an opinion on city government and its actions, so too can commission secretaries have their own opinions. And I don't think that they are muzzled and unable to share their views. Anyway, I'm pretty much done with the first item.
So moving on to 6717.
Yes. So
the second piece of...
Yeah, I guess I'm in a difficult situation because I guess Mr. Hartz has left the room. I don't know if he's to return or not.
Yeah, you were making a speech directly to him and he wasn't there.
Well, there's a podium in the way. I don't know who's here.
Okay. He may be back.
5'2".
He may be back.
Oh, it's on the record.
So I guess I would go to Ms. Blackman for a moment. And perhaps Ms. Ono. No, I'm not yelling. We're
clear the whole room. Then
we're having a, I feel like we're having a reasonable discussion about stuff, and that's all to the good. A couple of things on the library's response to Ms. Blackman. In the future, if you could be really careful that the letter have a date on it. The email did. The letter didn't.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's also be clear, and I think Ms. Ono spoke to this, the item that was at issue was actually about the build-out of the teen center. So I think your comment that teens or youth might actually be paying attention to the item might be at the meeting was, I think, really on point. This was not a sub-item within the city librarian's report. This was a separate agenda item, yes?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate it. So back to Mr. Hartz, since he has returned.
You want to pose the second part of your question?
Yeah, so
I decline to answer.
To 6717?
Yeah, so the question was, how could Ms. Blackman's comment to you, since you're not a member of the commission, she's not a member of the commission, in any way violate 67.17, which speaks to the rights of members of the body to comment publicly? So that would apply to Ms. Ono or Ms. Ghirarducci, for example. Could you explain how these circumstances would give rise to a 67.17 violation?
I am not going to comment because I do not like being chastised and told I'm like a child in the schoolyard. I think that is inappropriate and it shows your bias.
That was a different person.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not biased in this matter. I'm trying to establish the basis of the violation. I believe the burden's on the complainant.
Mr. Hartz, that analogy was for both of you. There's no bias there. I mean, this looks like it's a personal thing between you and Ms. Blackman, and it's coming over that way. And I call it like I see it. And it wasn't saying that you're the child and she's not.
I've got 7 orders, and every one of them, she advised them to violate my rights under the law. At what point do I lose my patience? You use this attitude of basically I should just let them screw me and screw me and screw me, and I should continue to go in there and just try to be very polite. Like I said.
That's not what I said. What
James
I said
Chafee did that for 35 years, and see where it got him.
Mr. Hartz.
I really don't want to participate in this because I think it's a farce. It was a farce when you violated my rights by taking all the cases and shoving them together. I knew that was what you were going to do. And I'll be honest with you, I think there was probably some discussion between the city attorney's office and the library and the city's attorney's office and you, and that's why this ended up the way it did. You could have called me 2 weeks ago and said, can we combine these? I could have rearranged my whole arguments and everything else, but what you decided to do is do this jury-rigged hearing at the last minute so that you could just throw this thing whichever way you felt like doing it.
Okay,
and I'm not going to participate in the rest of it.
That's fine. Just listen to my response on that. As you know, we've been trying to fight a backlog for the last 2 years. This practice is we've done this quite a lot. You even said you somewhat expected it. We involved you in that process and deliberations. We try to come up with the fairest way of doing it. I think we succeeded in that, in the fact that we were going to take everything together. The chastisement was not directed just at you. It was the situation.
So if you beat up several people, it's okay if you beat up me?
Mr. Chair.
You're saying I had a bias. I didn't. That's just how it appeared to me on the video and everything I've seen. And we've seen a lot of cases with the Users Association here. Now, I will say,
you have not been to 8 years of Library Commission meeting where they have repeatedly
Mr.
told
Hartz,
me I can't speak and I can't act.
I personally respect your record on Sunshine. I've always said that. I still do. We're not demeaning that in any way. We're just trying to get through what is in front of us per the charter, per these 4 cases. And we're asking you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I had put a question to Mr. Hartz. And Mr. Hartz?
Declines to answer.
Okay.
Okay. And then my final question was as to Commissioners Ghirarducci and President Ono. Could you explain how their actions amount to an abridgment of your public comment or your ability to criticize in violation of 67.15d? Mr. Hartz?
Who's the question directed to?
To Mr. Hartz.
He's not going to answer.
Okay, so thank you. So to the task force, as I was starting to say earlier, I think it's on the complainant to establish that there's a basis for their complaint. If they're going to just make accusations or tell a story and not suggest an actual violation of the law, I don't know how far we need to go.
Now, that's a real disparaging comment if I've heard one.
I'm sorry. Did you want to respond to my question?
If you're willing to let me respond, but your pattern is to ask a question and I get 2 sentences in and you interrupt me because that isn't the answer you want.
I'm asking if you can explain how either Ms. Blackman's comment to you violated 67.17 or how the comments or actions of the 2 commissioners violated 67.15d.
And my answer is, why aren't you asking her why she feels she has the right to do that?
I'm asking you to establish what you think the violation
So you're
is,
saying
and
that
then I'll
in
ask them
cases
to
of First
respond.
Amendment free speech, it is up to the person making the speech that has to defend their right to make it, not the person who's stopping it from stopping it.
No, you made a complaint. I'm asking you to explain the basis of your complaint. Then if
This has been a pattern. I've got 7 orders of determination, and believe me, I could have filed 50 against the Library Commission. It is an ongoing pattern every time that I get up to speak. If they don't like what I have to say, they found that they can't keep me from saying it, so what they do is they look for some other thing that they can bring up and make it an issue.
Do they abridge your testimony or your...
Yes. We've had cases here before where you said, well, it's up to the chair because Ms. Ono said, oh, well, you talked about that during general public comments. You can't talk about it now, even though I had 250-word summaries that if they had bothered to read them were uniquely different.
And we've had
Mr. Pilpel, you can sit there and sigh and not shake your head, but that just shows that you have an agenda.
No.
You, of all the people on this
Hartz,
committee, have an
Mr. Hartz,
agenda.
try and stay on point. Help us find violations. We're having trouble finding them on these two.
If you can explain to me how the ordinance was violated, I'm happy to make follow-up questions or find a violation.
What am I supposed to do now when I make my public comment? Am I supposed to sit there and say, oh, God, what words can I use? Can I not say this? Can I not say that?
You've made your point about prospective chilling of speech. I get that. I hear it. I'm thinking about it.
The point, if you will listen to me, is that this is an ongoing pattern. This isn't like the first time it's happened. This has been going on for years, and this is just another incident.
We get that.
And Miss Ono, rather than taking control of the meeting, just let them pile on me, and then she piled on. And there was no regular order. It was just, let's get on Mr. Hartz. Yeah, raise your hands and be disgusted. I'm disgusted with you guys.
I've tried.
Member Eldon, you had a comment?
So I'm new to the task force, and I have not followed the library issues that you've been involved with, so trust that I'm coming to this with fresh eyes.
Okay.
Because I have definitely not been paying attention before to your specific work. The way I'm looking at it, it's you're essentially like saying something that seems a little borderline. You said something that was out of line. They maybe read something that was like maybe not exactly applicable.
And then wrote minutes to make it seem to the public like I had violated a policy, which I clearly had not. You haven't heard them once say where I violated that policy.
Okay, so like for us, we aren't like tasked with working on your behalf to find all of the things they might have done wrong. We are tasked with looking at what you think is the specific Sunshine Ordinance violation and figuring out whether or not that's the case.
The violation,
so
Ms. Blackman had a responsibility to follow the regular order. Well, are you asking me a question, or?
Please let me finish. And so, from my understanding, when David Pilpel asks you what is the exact ordinance, that's simply like what our job is to do here. It's not to review whether
it's in the complaint.
Whether or not there's a conspiracy to suppress your free speech over a period of months, years, etc. And so it's like we have to find specifics that we can focus on. And the most specific thing you have for this complaint is that there was someone, who said something that you didn't like, and you didn't like the structure of it, but it doesn't really match up with the ordinance in line by line. Like, this is what they violated.
The ordinance says members of the task force can respond to the public. They have constantly said they will not respond to public comment, and yet Ms. Blackman, who is not a member of the commission.
So how is that a fit for us to even review? How, if she's not on the task force?
So you're saying anybody on the dais or anybody in the audience can make any kind of comment?
I'm trying to make
like
sure
she
this
did.
fits with the Sunshine Ordinance, and
well, I read the Sunshine Ordinance differently than a lot of people. I read it as being there to open public procedures and to protect people from actions like this. And basically what I'm saying is, if you look at those one after the other, first Ms. Blackman jumps in, then the Wardell Guardiucci jumps in, and then Ono jumps in, the city attorney gets involved, and it's all put down in the minutes in a way that if anybody who is unbiased would read those minutes, I would guarantee you that a significant number of them would come to the conclusion that Mr. Hartz is a bad guy, and he violated the mayor's policy, and that has a chilling effect. And that's what I'm saying is, inflicting my right to free speech, because now instead of anybody focusing on what I was talking about, which you heard part of. Well, can I finish?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You heard part of what I was talking about. They conveniently left out half of that. I was making a serious public comment, and I didn't get anywhere near anything objectionable until I got to the end and realized that not a single member of that commission was even looking in my direction. And that's when that word came out. And basically what they have done is they have decided that since we can't shut him up, we're going to look for a reason to say Mr. Hart shouldn't be here at all.
I mean, it's just like you have this like large narrative that all is internal.
Well, you're the ones who shoved it all together, not me.
No, I'm saying when you've stood up here in front of us, you've created this narrative about how it's essentially part of a pattern of behavior and it's all of these other things. But a lot of it simply seems like a speculative interpretation of the thing, of what has happened that is favorable to what your larger cause is, rather than like a very specific violation right here and now. And it's like, for example, if a bunch of chilling things happen to you in the coming months when you go to these meetings, I mean, I'm sure, we're here to listen to those new complaints and how they add in with this one, but it's like on the grounds of like the details of this, it's hard to know even what to do with it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You go to a public meeting, you make a legitimate public comment, and someone who is not a member of the body you're talking to tells you and everybody else in the room that your comment is inappropriate. You think that's right?
I don't know how that applies to the Sunshine Ordinance in the way you would like it to.
Because the ordinance says commissioners can respond, and if a commissioner responded to my comment, it would be a completely different thing. Ms. Blackman is not a commissioner. And what you're deciding is, at what point do people who are not commissioners have the right to simply blurt out disagreements with members of the public?
Member Wolf?
I mean, are you?
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm kind of along the same lines of what I'm just hearing. Like, if the body, in this case the Library Commission, were to engage in, defamation or attacking your character or any of these things, that's a legal issue that needs to be dealt with, but I don't see how the Sunshine Ordinance is empowered to do that. As best I can tell, to whatever extent you're able to speak in public comment, and that wasn't a bridge, you were given that time, our hands are tied. Now, I think that you're making a case that there is that this is part of an attack to eventually prevent you from being able to speak, at which point I think most, if not all of us, would jump to that being a violation. But I cannot find any reading of anywhere in Section 67, particularly 6715, that indicates that the chilling effect that may be created, that the attack on your character, that may be an unlawful defamation of character, I'm not saying it is or isn't, is within the purview of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Member Pilpel?
So what I think I hear Member Wolf saying is that the ordinance is pretty specific about agendas, minutes, public comment, things like that, but defaming speech or sort of the contours of what someone can or can't say in a meeting isn't really addressed directly in the ordinance. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, even if, some commissioner were to respond to let's make up a John Smith, and so that we're not going into weird realm. So would the idiot John Smith like to talk now? Even if they were to do that, I think that may be actionable, but it's not within the confines of the Sunshine Ordinance, and I don't know. I think the Ethics Commission might be the place to take it, but it's not in our purview of Section 67 anywhere that I can find.
Can I just add to that, Mr. Chair?
Member Pilpel?
Although, again, the ordinance sort of speaks about who can do what in certain circumstances, just because members of the commission can't prohibit or limit criticism of government agencies or activities, it doesn't say that third parties, commission secretaries, other members of the public, anybody under the sun, can't criticize a comment that someone makes. And again, I would note, having been to many meetings over many years, people have criticized comments I've made. So I think there was a question asked, what if that happened to you? That's happened to me. That happens to me on a regular basis. That sort of comes with the territory. Those who choose to engage in what they're going to call a political realm and make comments, others can make comments too. It works both ways in that way. So long as members of the public are able to express themselves, not limited except by time, their comments are captured, the minutes are reasonable, and the members of the body allow that comment to occur, I think everybody's kind of playing according to the rules. I've talked enough. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've touched on 6, 7, 15, 17, and even parts of 16, which come up in 15102. I'd like to touch on that as a separate piece, because I think there's more merit there than 15 and 17. Any other members of the task force like to weigh in? Or perhaps DCA Threet? No, I think your analysis was pretty succinct, and I'm trying to find. I don't see anything on 15D or 17 personally.
Can I ask one question, Jerry? Actually, although the mayor's policy that was read, and we're now more familiar with it, speaks to discriminatory or harassing remarks, is there anything specific in that about threatening remarks, or is that even required? If someone makes a threatening statement or a statement that a reasonable person might perceive as threatening, is that the kind of conduct or speech that an agency has a reasonable responsibility to try to, tamp down? Does that even need to be stated somewhere, or is that just sort of obvious?
Through the chair to Member Pilpel. A board or a commission, just like any employer of the city, has obligations to its employees to try to prevent harassment or threatening behavior. There's a very specific context that the mayor's policy comes up in. And it originated in a situation where there were consistent and numerous comments at a board, Department of Building Inspection Commission about a pregnant department head, suggesting that she was incapable of carrying out her duties because of her pregnancy.
I remember that.
So it has a specific origin. It applies to situations where there are derogatory or discriminatory comments that come up in that setting, and that's its origin. That doesn't mean that a chair of a commission or a department head or a manager of a department doesn't have other duties that come into play to protect an employee from threats, perceived threats, or any kind of conduct that would make them feel reasonably concerned about their safety or even their ability to carry out their duties in the position. So. The other thing about this policy is that it's sometimes read as a preventative measure to keep things from escalating to a position that there would be an actual violation of the policy. So I don't know if those comments are helpful, but they provide some context.
Thank you. Right on. So, can I just summarize so maybe we can end this at some point?
Yep.
I think that there's we're down to like 3 groups of possible violations. The first is whether Ms. Blackman's comment to Mr. Hart somehow violated the ordinance. My sense is it did not. She stated her opinion. She's allowed to. He took it in a certain way. It escalated, but I don't find any violation of 67.15D or 17 or anything else from that. The second was the minutes and whether they failed to accurately summarize the public comment. I think they accurately summarized the public comment. The question of whether what further transpired was reasonably described based on what I saw in the video and what we've heard about today. I think the minutes reasonably describe what occurred. Obviously, it's open to interpretation, and if someone really cares, they can watch the video. But I have no particular issue with the minutes inaccurately describing what occurred. And finally, with regard to the two commissioners, I don't find anything of their actions, comments, whatnot, to have abridged Mr. Hartz's right to speak. He made his public comment. It was, things happened, but he was able to make his public comment, and until and unless he comes back and says that, some comment in the future that he hasn't yet made was somehow affected by this incident or other triggering incidents or whatever, I'm just not finding any violations from this whole story. Sorry.
Other members? Member Hepner, any input? Both around. I will say that I'm having a little trouble with the actual minutes, looking at them and what we saw in the video.
You want to go to that in particular?
That one I might find a violation with, just because I don't like the way, and Mr. Hartz did mention this, the way, it's not, I don't think it rises to defamation, but it's certainly not accurate. And there's also an issue with the fact that I guess the person involved is writing the minutes. That's another issue there. But I think it'd been quite appropriate for Mr. Hartz perhaps to use a derivative of the first word he used in his original presentation. That might have been more appropriate. I don't think what he did say was threatening in any way, shape, or form. I think it was just a spark and a reaction. It was heated, and that's the playground analogy I was trying to use. I'm not trying to demean the work that either Ms. Blackman or Mr. Hartz does on either side of the line, so to speak. But Mr. Hartz made used a derogatory word in the 150-word statement, which I think should appear correctly. It's been struck from there, which is interesting.
I'm not sure that he did. Let me ask Ms. Blackman,
Oh, I see. The
150-word statement that he provided, that's at the bottom of page 3 of the minutes.
I stand corrected.
Is that the exact statement that he provided? His use of, the word was just on...
Remember Pilpel. Got it. Never mind.
Right.
Got it. But if anything, the derogatory comment was part of his statement. It wasn't directed at Ms. Blackman, and that's not how the minutes appear. And I certainly don't appreciate President Ono reaching out and trying to, defend the commission from that kind of language. I've done that myself before. And then the ensuing, things I think were normal business public meetings. Don't have a problem with that part of the record. Does it rise to violation? Probably not. But just, again, I understand why Mrs. Hartz is doing this, getting it on the record. I think it's important. And I think, it should serve as a warning to the Library Commission to, get your act together a little bit more. We see a lot of cases with your name on it here. And this is, it's like you guys are in front of the principal's office now. That's kind of how I'm seeing this. And it would be nice if you could take public comment a bit more seriously, maybe, and not have, high flyers, as Mr. Remiski put it, showing up time after time asking the same questions. Perhaps those questions should be addressed. I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but kind of begs the question on this side, and I'm sure the public would be curious as well. That's just my take. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I've
Mr.
I've got to disagree in part with you on that. I've been to a number of Library Commission meetings, certainly not as many as the complainant or Mr. Warfield or Mr. Chafee, but when I've gone, they take public comment. In my opinion, they take it seriously. They hear from some of the people who we hear from on every single item at great length, and some of those people just disagree with the library, its policies, and its practices, and they're allowed to do that, and they make their statement, and there's that. We can all agree or disagree with how the library is run, but the library is being run by competent people, provides books, provides services, does things. It's a going concern.
Thank you, Member Pilpo. Thank you. Noted. Back to the issue at hand.
Well, my point is, I think they take public comment seriously, and I think I disagree with your suggestion that they're not.
So noted.
Fair enough.
Now, don't keep in mind that we're discussing all of these cases together. I think in talking about item 4, we've touched on basically 4 and 5, and 6 and 7
talked about
call back into question 6, 7, 15. So I'm pretty comfortable with the task force discussions at this point. Would any of the members want to talk about individual items outside of what we've already discussed? If not, I think it might be appropriate to call for any motions at this point, and then rebuttal remarks first, motions, and then public comment in that order. So I think let's move to rebuttals at this point. And respondents, you have as much time as you need.
Can you set a time, please?
I just want to make one comment. Mr. Hartz was did speak 3 more times at that meeting. So obviously he was not intimidated or worried about what we were going to do. He has been allowed his full 3 minutes on every item on that agenda. So, and again, what I said to him was not on the record. It was not on the microphone. It was heard by very few people. Probably it was inappropriate that I said that. I was just shocked that he used that word in a Library Commission meeting.
Thank you. President Ono, is there anything you'd like to add in closing?
President.
Perfect. Okay.
This is my first time here, so I just want to thank you very much for taking all of the time that you have to hear these complaints. Thank you.
It's nice to meet you. Thank you. Anybody else on the respondent side? Mr. Hartz, if you'd like to...
May I ask how you want to handle this, giving a total time for all 4 rebuttals?
Which would be 12 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want 12 minutes, you have it.
Okay.
12 minutes for rebuttals on all 4 items.
Right.
Yes.
I know you don't like my comments. And comment was made, if you're going to get into the political fray, you have to get used to the fact that it's going to be nasty. And believe me, I'm used to it being nasty, and I fully expect it. And the bottom line is, I'm doing something that most citizens of this city don't know how to do or won't take the time or effort to do because they can't. And that is to stand up to boards and commissions and say, no, you don't have the right to limit or restrict what I'm saying unless you can prove that what I'm saying is totally outside your realm of influence. I can't get up and talk about the Middle East or something in a Library Commission meeting and expect to be allowed to do that. But if I'm talking about Library Commission functions, and I have been doing so for years. And I watched James Chafee. James Chafee was the most gentlemanly, polite, consistently, and he used to ride me. He used to say, you're going to become the issue, not what you're talking about and whatever. And I say, I know. I said, but James, how many years have you been going, and have they ever once responded to any of your concerns? Do they ever treat a member of the public who has legitimate concerns as someone who is not a demon or trying to demonize, but to bring to the attention of the ruling body that there is something that they feel is inappropriate. They don't simply say, thank you for your input. They simply sit there and have private conversations. Sometimes they get up and go to the bathroom, just anything to indicate to the public, and particularly to the speaker, that they really don't give a damn what you're saying. And I think what you've done here is you've set up a dynamic where it's like, okay, fine, if Mr. Hartz doesn't actually do anything like violate the mayor's policy explicitly, if he just sort of does something that we can call that's enough to call him out. And Ms. Blackman says, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Well, did Ms. Blackman ever say that to me? Did she ever apologize and say, I spoke out of turn? Did any member of the commission say anything to Ms. Blackman about the fact that you really shouldn't have done that? Did Commissioner Wardell Giarducci ask for recognition from the chair before she simply jumped up and started accusing me of harassing Ms. Blackman? I said this to the Library Commission. Take the 7 orders of determination where you have violated. City librarian spent 2 years complying with the public records request. And it even got the city attorney's office found in violation because they denied 2 petitions to get them to force the city librarian to disclose. And I understand why he didn't want to disclose. He didn't want the information that he was accepting thousands of dollars from the Friends each year to become public, because he was filing SEIs each year saying he got nothing under penalty of perjury. So I understand what they're doing. And what I also understand is that when you take this very narrow attitude toward the Sunshine Ordinance and say, well, unless we can find a specific word or thing they said. Now, I didn't hear anybody ask Ms. Blackman or Ms. Ono, was it right for Ms. Blackman to comment to Mr. Hartz? I didn't hear anybody ask them, is it fair to write the minutes that are publicly out there where anybody in the public can read them and make it look like Ms. Blackman had nothing to do with this, although she was the instigator? Do any of you doubt that if she hadn't said what she had said, nothing of this would have happened? I would have finished my comment like I did, as she said, the rest of the day and gone back and sat in my seat. But it was totally inappropriate for her to publicly chastise me or any member of the public. She's not a commissioner. She had no right to do so, and they simply sat there and let her do it. It's like I've said to you before, the thing that really shocks me in public meetings is when a person running the meeting tells a member of the public that they are not permitted to speak about certain things, and the rest of the commissioners, ignoring their oaths to protect and defend the Constitution, sit there silently. Only one time has one of them ever spoke up at a police commission meeting. She asked the deputy city attorney, what's your opinion on the matter? And the deputy city attorney simply said, I think Mr. Hartz has a right to continue. I go to these meetings knowing what the law is. And Ms. Blackman knows what the law is. She's the supervisor of records for the library. And yet she's been a party to a number of the complaints that have been brought and found in my favor in front of this commission, withholding public records, abridging public comment. She says, well, I'm just summarizing. Well, if you read her comment, and that's one of the reasons I fought so hard for the 150-word summaries. I was tired of having my public First Amendment rights violated by having it published that I said something I didn't say. Or in one case, I wrote a 150-word summary that basically said, you wrote this, and anyone reading it would think I was an idiot. And I think you did it on purpose. I fully expected that you would do what you did tonight. And I'm not angry. I wanted this as a matter of public record because I think sooner or later they are going to make an effort to say Mr. Hartz makes comments, he shouldn't be allowed to be at these meetings at all. And if they're allowed to do that, I mean, we just had an election. I was a poll inspector yesterday. And one of the items on there was that I think it was Prop E for all the meetings being open. And one of the arguments that was repeatedly brought up was how poorly people attend public meetings at all. And people are constantly decrying the fact that people aren't interested in government, and that's because everybody thinks it's all rigged. And it's like, why bother? And this task force, I'll be honest with you, you set up more barriers for the complainant than is believable. When we're talking about the First Amendment, it should be the person who stops you from speaking who has to prove they had a right to do it, not you having to prove they didn't have a right to do it. But that's the way things are here. Everything's topsy-turvy. A person speaking and making a legitimate comment has to come here and prove it was a legitimate comment, and had to prove that the person who stopped them or prevented them did so unlawfully. Now, which of you are lawyers? If you're in a courtroom and they just come up and say something really ridiculous, the judge is going to step in and say, wait a minute. But the bottom line is, here it doesn't happen. You know, Ms. Blackman says what she says. I think Ms. Ono and Commissioner Wardell Ghirarducci knew what she said was not appropriate, and yet they made no effort to stop her. And, you know, you can say I'm hypothesizing, but really I think what it is they're frustrated by the fact they can't stop me from speaking, so they'll let her take a cheap shot and then back her up. And what you did tonight was you backed them all up. So I expect fully to be back here again with them. And very frankly, I would, again, like to know what prohibited words we have in the library. Obviously, that word is prohibited. I have a hard time believing, I'll be honest with you. I mean, how many of you go to a movie and don't hear that word in half the movies you go to nowadays? And this whole thing about, I don't know, everybody, maybe there were children there. Well, children get exposed to the world. And I'm not saying that they should hear a word like that. But I don't think most kids, even 4 or 5, 6 years old, are shocked when they hear it, because they hear it on a fairly regular basis. And you hear some of them saying it. But the bottom line here is the Library Commission doesn't like public comment unless it's praise. And that's the very reason this ordinance exists, so that they can't stop people from criticizing their actions. And that's what I've done.
Mr. Hartz, I think somewhere in your earlier testimony, I did hear you say maybe you shouldn't have used that word. And from you, I'd take that as an apology.
No.
But fair enough.
What I'm saying.
Let me just get to what I was going to say. Okay. I was actually going to ask Ms. Blackman up here to perhaps apologize. And again, you both reacted on the cuff in the spur of the moment. You know, and if she wants to, she can. If not. But you guys have to get on going forward. I mean, you attend each other's meetings. I mean, you know, I was going to suggest it. Obviously, it's not our purview, but...
May we allow the completion of public comment before we do anything else?
Fair enough. But I just wanted to say that, you know, you were just responding to something that you said that none of us brought it up. It's in my notes here at the end to bring that up for whatever it's worth. So carry on. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I honestly don't think any citizen of this city. You know, I go to visit my mother and my sister in Florida, and my dad was a member of the American Legion, so we go over there, and every time they hear I'm from San Francisco, it's, oh, you liberal, you know, you'll let anybody do anything. And it's amazing. I think some of you, if you haven't lately, should go to public meetings and watch how many times people are told they're not allowed to talk about stuff. Or comments are made in response, which aren't really responses, they're personal attacks. You know, and that's what the Library Commission does. They don't respond to my thing. You know, I say $70 million for the Friends, and you can't respond to it. They don't say, oh, you're wrong, Mr. Hartz, and here's exactly where the money went, because they can't. And that frustrates them. And remember the old adage, silence gives consent. They sit there silently, and I say these things, and they decry what I say or how they say it, but they don't deny it, and they never disprove it.
Thank you. So,
motions by the task force or any other?
Any other comments from the task force based on rebuttals? Are there any motions? Member Wolf, go ahead.
I think I agree with almost everything that Mr. Hart's just said in his conclusion. The only thing that I'm not sure I agree with is whether or not it was inappropriate for him to use the language that he used. I don't think that that's our purview as a task force, and I don't really know where I sit on that. It does seem like there was violations of Robert's Rules of Orders, but we are not the commission to oversee violations of Rules of Orders. The only argument there is this chilling effect, and no evidence was presented that there actually was a chilling effect. There was a case made for how this could create a chilling effect, but we haven't heard from anyone that they didn't feel able to speak. And in fact, Mr. Hart spoke later on in the meeting, so he clearly was feeling up to speaking, and there's just not any clear evidence of something that falls within our purview. I think that there was wrongdoing done, but I don't think it's within our purview.
Thank you.
Are there any motions by the task force? I do not see any motions, so the matter shall be concluded.
Public comment?
Public comment.
Pending, I was
getting there.
The matter shall be concluded pending public comment. How much time do you want to allow for public comment on the 4 items?
We'll just leave it open. Start with 5 minutes. Start with 5. Unfortunately, you've already spoken on behalf, so you can't talk, but I believe Mr. Warfield, if you have some public comment, DCA 3.
And Chair Hyland, could you? I'm unclear as to what the rules are that you're setting up for public comments. So I just want to clarify so members of the public will understand. So there's 4 items that are being commented on the agenda. Are you saying 5 minutes per item? Or are you saying 5 minutes for all 4 items? What's the
good question? Let me correct that. I think 3 minutes per item is what we agreed on, and that's what we should go with. And actually, Ms.
Tribou?
No. Yes, Ms. Tribou, even though you spoke on in support, I'd like to include you in public comment. I don't know if I can, because...
He spoke in support of one of the 3 items.
One of the 3 items, so you can talk on the other items.
Why don't we take each item in turn?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right. Member Wolf.
I think that we should allow 3 minutes for each item and not 12 minutes to talk.
Yes. Yeah.
I believe the request is to have public comment on each item individually.
Yeah.
So we will take public comment on
the first item.
On the item, file number 15101 at this time.
Yeah.
Is there any public comment regarding that?
I wish we could have watched the video again, because what I saw was that he finished his public comment, he had some papers in his hand, and he threw them at the commission secretary, which started the event that took place. So it's not like she reacted in any way. He threw them at her and made that remark and then sat down. And I think that's the heart of it. He finished his public comment, and then he just kind of became rude. So I don't think anybody picked up on that. And I think that's kind of important.
Thank you. Any other members of the public on item 15101?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We're not party to these, but are somewhat familiar because we were present at the meeting. I object to the endless changing as you go along of the rules and how it's going to work, and you discuss this one and that one, and then I figured you would have all public comment at the end. Now it's broken up into pieces. It's a mess. I think that it's unfortunate, first of all, that we don't have the attorney or your attorney members discussing basic concepts of freedom of speech. So let me start out. If you were beaten after making public comment by a member of the Library Commission and injured after you made public comment because they didn't like what you said, would you not consider that an abridgment or a prohibition of public comment, even if that person got up bloody at the subsequent public comment and another and another? I don't think so. Neither does the law say that the abridgment of public comment has to be that particular moment or instance. It says prohibit or abridge. And I certainly think that public comment is abridged if you beat people up, including verbally. Now let's start out with what set this off. Ms. Ono talked about the F word not being appropriate and so on. It is a standard, regular thing. I have here an article from Vanity Fair. It's called A Concise History of Fuck. And in the middle of the article it says, classics in which the word fuck appeared, including Ulysses. Other classics infamous for their embrace of the word include The Catcher in the Rye and Lady Chatterley's Lover. Norman Mailer's substitute fug for fuck in The Naked and the Dead. Does Ms. Ono want to take all those books out of the library because teens might be exposed? Sorry. It goes on to say that basically, in recent, it says the wire eschewed euphemisms altogether, meaning they just used the word, embracing the guttural, satisfying fuck a total of 38 times in a single scene. And it talks about a case where Vice President Joe Biden said that word in a signing ceremony with the president. If you look up the word fucking in the dictionary, it is simply an intensifier, like damn or darn or words like that. It is an intensifier. It's not a bad word. It's maybe vulgar or slang. And harassment is repeated and so on. For Sue Blackman to make that comment was completely inappropriate and an abridgment and a discouragement, certainly for other people who don't have the steel balls that Mr. Hartz has.
Thank you. Any other public comment on 15101?
Can he speak?
Yes? He hasn't spoken.
I don't think he was a party to anything.
Good evening. I would like to offer the San Francisco Public Library Patron Code of Conduct. This was revised September of 2014. The purpose of this Patron Code of Conduct: the San Francisco Public Library welcomes all residents and visitors of the city and county of San Francisco and is dedicated to free and equal access to information, knowledge, independent learning, and the joys of reading for our diverse community. It goes on to say the San Francisco Public Library seeks to provide its patrons with a safe and pleasant library experience in an atmosphere conducive to study, reading, learning, and appropriate use of materials and services. Individuals visiting or using the library's facilities or services must comply with the following Patron Code of Conduct. And it goes on to say, to ensure access to library services and for the safety of all users, the following behaviors are prohibited on library property. There's 3 tiers of violations. Under moderate violations, level 2, there is a violation that reads as follows: using obscene or threatening language or words otherwise likely to provoke an immediate violent reaction. And there's the underlying California Penal Code 415 and 422 that goes along with that violation. Under level 3, minor violations, there is a violation that reads as follows: verbal communication or nonverbal attention that is willful, malicious, or repeated harassment. And with the underlying penal codes, the San Francisco Penal Code 122, and then C, also California Penal Code 415. For the minor violation, first offense, there is a warning. Patron may correct the behavior or leave. So I just thought I would provide some context for the proper decorum in the library, which is a limited public forum.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Lambert. Yes, sir. I'm sorry you opened the door, as they like to say. The patron code of conduct, it seems to me, applies to library users when I'm on the 5th floor, the 2nd floor, or whatever floor of the library. Are you suggesting that the patron code of conduct covers meetings in the Coretta Auditorium by the Library Commission or others?
I would have to seek the guidance of the Deputy City Attorney that helped guide the crafting of this patron code of conduct for that. I simply offered the patron code of conduct for you as a reference.
I understand it as a reference, and I get it, and I'm with that in terms of library conduct. I would suggest, though, that if it conflicts with other city law or the Sunshine Ordinance, that the Sunshine Ordinance would control, and particularly with regard to meetings of the Commission in the Coretta Auditorium or elsewhere. But I get the thing about behavior in the library.
Absolutely.
So as a reference, I take it.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this particular item? Seeing none, take public comment on the next item.
Public comment on file number 15102. Is there any public comment on
or do we
file?
want to dispose of this item first and then go on? I mean, we should say if we're not. No? You want to do them all at once? Okay.
Is there any public comment on the next item?
102.
Mr. Warfield?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I believe the issue was that there was not an accurate summary, and neither was the role of Ms. Blackman as the provoker. Mr. Hartz was delivering papers, and I'd be very happy if you would show my version of the video. Handed her and was about to leave when she made that comment, completely inappropriate comment. She was speaking out of turn, and she was suggesting that what he was saying was somehow wrong. Whether it applied to the whole comment or a particular word, there was a Supreme Court decision. Lawyers take note, and you haven't. And I got a little summary from a place called the First Amendment Center. I recalled this. A young man went into a place for which he was hassled over the message on his coat. Here's how the First Amendment describes, very importantly, the free speech issue. The headline is 40 years ago, a ruling that still rings today. And it was written, this was written in 2011. On June 7, 1971, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision that has reverberated in free speech law for 40 years. The court's 5-4 ruling in Cohen versus California cleared a wider field for freedom of speech in several ways. It limited the fighting words doctrine, rejected application of the obscenity doctrine to profanity, emphasized that offensive speech deserves protection, and warned against the prospect that the government could ban words to discriminate against unpopular views. And that's exactly what the library has done here. They have discriminated because they don't like what Mr. Hartz tells them, and they don't like him persisting in telling them that. The library does have an unfortunate history of criminalizing or attempting to criminalize people's speech and actions. When Sue Cawthon won a case here against Jewel Gomez because Jewel Gomez shouted her down when she had no right to, and I'm glad to see the Deputy City Attorney is nodding. People came forward who were present in the room and were going to testify and said that had a frightening and a chilling effect on them. And they were frightened into not commenting on the subject at hand, which was the North Beach Library renovation. And that's what these sorts of things do. The library having a guard come down, the library having people told this is inappropriate. Those are violations of free speech and completely wrong, and they do all the wrong things that Mr. Hartz has said.
Thank you. Any other members of the public on this item? Public comment on 15103.
Is there any public comment on 15103?
Peter Warfield again. Mary Wardell Giraduzzi said into the microphone, from what I heard on tonight's tape, that she had heard a comment that could be construed as harmful. She didn't say it was in any way illegal. She didn't say that it was offensive because it violated any element of what could be viewed as what the mayor said was in it was not to be done. And I don't believe she used the word harassment. Her comment essentially continued an endorsement of Ms. Blackman. Ms. Blackman may have spoken out of turn, but the commission didn't tell her she's out of order, as they would do with somebody from the public speaking out, and as she didn't do. Well, Ms. Wardell Giraduzzi wasn't there when Jewel Gomez spoke, but you saw what Mr. Hartz put up. That was in the Examiner, and that was something that you found in violation with respect to Jewel Gomez. Well, let me back up. I'm sorry. You didn't find what she said after the meeting. But the point is that nobody on the Library Commission objected to her use not only of a word, but in a highly threatening manner. Nobody said a word because they posted that recording online. But if poor Mr. Hartz comes before them who's saying yet again what they're not doing right, let's make a big deal out of it. In early 70s, there was a book published, Games People Play. And one of those games is uproar. You blow a small thing into a gigantic issue, and that's a game people play in that book. They were gunning for Mr. Hartz. I'd like you to watch that film again and see the body language that was going on. And you heard Ms. Ono, I have the harassment policy in my folder, ready to pull out. It is clear from this First Amendment article about the Supreme Court ruling a number of points, but the Supreme Court justice who wrote the ruling, it says in the article, he also rejected the idea that the words "fuck the draft" were obscene, writing, "Whatever else may be necessary to give rise to the state's broader power to prohibit obscene expression, such expression must be in some significant way erotic." I don't think Mr. Hartz was directing an erotic or vulgar thought other than that he disagreed with what the Library Commission was doing and what Ms. Blackman had provoked him into saying when he turned away and said that. So again, I think that his complaint should be upheld.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Being none. Item 15104, fourth item. Public comment. Yeah, 15104.
Is there any public comment on 15104?
Mr. Warfield, if you wanted to play your version as public comment, you're welcome to do that.
I would like to play that. What I want to say is that Ms. Ono reading the harassment policy was a clear spanking, or worse, beating of Mr. Hartz for what he said. And it was certainly an implication that, if not an outright statement, that he had done wrong, that he was violating this policy. Again, the word. All right, Mr. Hartz may be a little more or a lot more feisty than some of us, including myself. It's not my policy to use fucking as an intensive, but that's what he did, and that's what the dictionary says. It's an intensive. That's all. And harassment is, as your own city attorney said, repeated and ongoing, which is not what Mr. Hartz did. If you look at that video, and you should, and you're entitled to have any one of you say, I'd like to see that, since it's here. You're entitled to ask questions, and in fact, you're encouraged to the new member to seek the truth here by asking questions or reviewing evidence. He said his thing and walked away, as the chair noted, and sat down. So when you take this in concert with Jewel Gomez shouting down a member of the public, making obscene, vulgar, whatever you want to call them, threats on the mic, after the FPPC ruled that Mr. Luis Herrera had violated the law 3 years in a row by falsely signing that he had gotten no gifts, when in fact he had gotten thousands from the friends, and made him sign that he violated the law, the very next meeting at the Library Commission had a police officer in the back of the room. Very intimidating. I talked with two people who were going to go into that meeting, one of the meetings that happened after that, and they expressed an interest. They came out. I went away for a few moments, I think, to the bathroom, and then I saw them outside. I said, what happened? They said, we saw this really big police officer, and we just didn't think we wanted to go there. That's intimidating. That's chilling. Not a word having been spoken. There's a whole range of things that the Library Commission has done to attempt to criminalize or to put down public comment. And I think it is abridging it if somebody makes a big deal and implies or says that something you did was illegal because one word in your 3-minute comment was something they didn't like. And again, the First Amendment people say very strongly that there is a right to free speech, and that can't be amended by the government wanting to stop it through the excuse of objecting to particular words.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comments closed.
There being no motion by the task force, this matter is concluded.
Hold on one second. Let's just ask after public comment. Are there any motions anyone would like to make? Any reconsiderations? Go ahead.
Restatement, there being no motions, the matter is concluded.
All four matters.
Yes, all four. Would the task force like to take a brief recess?
I think that'd be prudent at this point.
Would 10 minutes be appropriate?
Yeah.
The task force is in recess for 10 minutes.
He was drunk. He didn't realize it was 36 hours.
Pee in the corner.
I'm sure. He would
Back in session.
Next on the agenda is item number 9, file number 15081. Complaint filed by the Library Users Association against City Librarian Luis Herrera, Laura Lynn, and the San Francisco Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 and 67.22 for failure to respond to requests for public records in a timely and or complete manner during normal and reasonable hours of operation without unreasonable delay and without requiring an appointment in regards to bibliocommons, and discouraging public employees from or disciplining public employees for disclosing any information that is public information or a public record.
Through the chair.
Yes, Member Hebner.
I'm wondering if we can't consider combining these two items. Same complainant against some of the same overlapping respondents. And I would propose combining hearing items 9 and 10 together, subject to, of course, other commentary from the members.
I think that seems reasonable, especially since it's the same violations that are being touched in both cases. Other members? Member Warfield? Member Warfield. Mr. Warfield. looks like we're leaning towards combining this. Is there any?
These are completely different complaints directed at completely different people. And the first one particularly involves a series of behaviors that combined add up to particular violations. So the violations are different, the people are different, and I think you're just, as I've said previously, we're going to talk endlessly about the procedures and how it's going to work. How much time are you going to save? You're not going to save time, but you're going to muddy the waters. You're making it cheaper by the dozen for violators. I very strongly object, and especially at the last moment, the very moment that these things are supposed to begin. I've taken a lot of effort to try and present these things in an organized, straightforward way, each one with what went on, what was violated, and I would like to keep the integrity of each complaint separate. I don't see how combining them is going to do anything other than muddy the waters as in your last previous times. You're going to double my time, you're going to double their time, you're going to double the time of the public. I think they should be discussed separately, and especially because one of them deals with something that you haven't previously dealt with, as far as I can remember, and your administrator too, which is 67.22.
Thank you. Member Hebner?
Given the amount of pushback and the time that we're probably going to discuss, we've been discussing the procedural issues and combining them. Perhaps we should just proceed separately. I'm willing to withdraw my motion unless...
Okay, and these are two cases, not four, so I don't know if...
I was doing it in the interest of time, but I'm afraid it's not going to be in the interest of time.
Okay, so noted.
Mr. Chair?
Member Hepner? Member Popo?
Since we've already called item 9, I would move that we find jurisdiction.
Second.
Is there any public comment regarding jurisdiction on the matter? There is no public comment.
Okay.
Without objection, Mr. Chair?
Without objection.
The matter is passed without objection.
Mr. Warfield?
Thank you. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, which has made this complaint. I hope that you listen closely and read closely what we have provided, because I'm sorry to say that other materials aren't always fully informative as they might be expected to be. This case involves the library putting a gag order, or apparently putting a gag order, and our experience of the gag order on its senior management who were responsible for implementing Bibliocommons. Unlike what the city attorney said, this is not a piece of software used by the commission. It is stated in the background of the letter, it's software intended for the public, used by the public, and as a previous technology 5-year plan said, the catalog is key to the patron's success in using the library. And it's been one of my primary interests since I first came to a library commission many, many years ago. I attempted to learn all I could about this $500,000, very complex piece of software that was to be offered and now has been offered for use by the public. I was concerned initially with the overall concept and things like privacy, censorship of the patrons, exploitation of patron participation, and so on, and wrote an article in the Bay Area Reporter that was published January 15th. Privacy problems abound with Bibliocommons. So at some point in my research, and keep in mind it took the library more than a year of its 3-year contract to even offer this to the public as an option to use. And they had asked them how many people. They had their top people, their top cataloger and top technical people. They had committees. They had hours and hours and hours and hours of opportunity to study how this worked. And I wanted to understand, pretty much at this point, issues with regard to testing and implementation. When, as I write in my letter on page 224 and 225, with the initial complaint dated May 15th, we sought to understand, including to learn about the availability of documents and to inspect documents related to this subject, implementation and testing. For example, test scripts and test results. We were quickly informed that all contact regarding detailed information about BiblioCommons must be through a single person only, Laura Lent. No one else was to be contacted. We consider this inappropriate for a public library, in fact, deeply wrong, especially when one of its primary missions is to make information available. Nevertheless, we tried to work with this setup and tried to work with Ms. Lent on this. As I mentioned on page 2 of the letter, on Monday, March 23rd, we telephoned Ms. Lent under her newly announced restrictions. She said to call her, that she would be available 2.5 hours out of the day for phone questions or issues or whatever, and we called during those times. Basically, the outline is we called and tried to reach her at least 3 times, actually more often, and she was never available over a period of 2 weeks. So we basically figured it's not working. The supposed setup that nobody must talk to me but Laura Lent, and nobody is to take requests for documents but Laura Lent, it was unnecessary delay. It was denying us the ability to understand things that only particular experts were likely to know. And it pretty much frustrated our attempt to get information. An additional letter on your page, I can't read it, 231 perhaps, added what specific sections of the Sunshine Ordinance we believe were violated, namely 67.21. Well, you'll see it there, A, B, and C, and 67.22C.
Thank you. Is anybody, any members of the public in support of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent may approach.
Good evening, members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I'm Michael Lambert, Deputy City Librarian. I would like to say that the library has repeatedly made our best good faith efforts to satisfy Mr. Warfield's request for information. We have repeatedly availed ourselves on numerous occasions to Mr. Warfield over the past several months. So access to San Francisco Public Library personnel has run the gamut from frontline staff at the main library and the park branch to senior managers and library administrators at the main library and at the 199th Street Support Services facility. These interactions have involved both impromptu and scheduled meetings with various staff who have engaged with Mr. Warfield. And I would add that not all interactions with Mr. Warfield have been logged. To the best of our recollection, we've engaged with Mr. Warfield countless hours, beginning with the pre-implementation time period of January 2014, excuse me. Michelle Jeffers, our Chief of Community Programs and Partnerships, spent approximately 1 hour with Mr. Warfield, showing him features in BiblioCommons, including how to review a title, how to place a title on hold, how to place a title on the to read later shelf. During this meeting, Ms. Jeffers invited Mr. Warfield into her office and demonstrated the process for logging into BiblioCommons. At Mr. Warfield's suggestion, she searched for a book. He suggested, and she showed him how easy this process was and even added a book to the for later shelf, which he suggested. Approximately 1 month later, when Mr. Warfield again made an impromptu visit to the Community Programs and Partnerships office, Ms. Jeffers again invited him into her office and at his request showed him some of the same steps again. On this visit, she spent approximately 30 minutes with Mr. Warfield. During the same time period, other impromptu requests for information included telephone conversations with staff from multiple divisions, including Collections and Technical Services Manager Shelley Cocking and Chief of Collections and Technical Services Laura Lent, Web Services Manager Joan Lefkowitz, and Deputy City Librarian Michael Lambert. Moving into the soft launch and full implementation phase, Laura Lent met with Mr. Warfield for over 1 hour on February 20th. And she provided access to the BiblioCommons Partner Portal, a password-protected site for customers engaged in implementations of the product. In addition, large batches of information were subsequently supplied as responsive documents for follow-up requests. Given the management team's cumulative interactions over the course of several weeks, the library sought guidance from the Office of the City Attorney regarding the level of responsiveness for immediate disclosure requests and public requests for information and staff attention, specifically defined limits on what is considered reasonable given the finite staff capacity and competing demands for organizational resources. The Deputy City Attorney guidance included up to 2 hours a week in 15-minute increments, and the recommendation to funnel requests to a point person with designated backups. The library delegated this responsibility to Laura Lent, and Joan Lefkowitz was designated as a backup, as was myself. So, in contradiction to what you just heard, our Chief of Collections and Technical Services, Laura Lent, spent 1 hour with Mr. Warfield on March 26th. On April 16th, Mr. Warfield was able to view a webinar in our office of the city librarian. We set this up on a laptop and explained why this webinar was previously challenging to view for him. But to date, following back to the soft launch back in mid-February, every member of the public, including Mr. Warfield, has had full access to all public services staff on the front lines during normal hours of operation to assist individuals making this transition to the new catalog interface. This includes staff at every library location, including the Park branch, which has also provided user support to Mr. Warfield. Furthermore, he attended a public training workshop on April 22nd, in which he was the only attendee and enjoyed the undivided attention of the instructor, the assistant chief of the main library, Kathy Del Neo. Most recently, I accommodated his request for a demonstration of BiblioCommons search functionality on Friday, September 18th, and this was followed up with another scheduled meeting on Friday, October 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is before the task force for discussion.
So,
Member Hepner.
if I may, through the chair, just to read what the requirements are. It reads specifically, every person, 67.21, every person having custody of any public record or public information is defined hereinafter referred to as a custodian of public record, shall, at normal times and during normal and reasonable hours of operation, without unreasonable delay and without requiring an appointment, permit the public record or any severable portion of a record to be inspected, yada, yada, yada. So I think what we're looking at here is whether there was an unreasonable delay in Ms. Lent's response to this request to inspect a public record, the BiblioCommons software, and we can assume, I think, for the moment that is a public record subject to inspection. And then whether, in Ms. Lent's absence, whether somebody should have been assigned to respond to that request under 67.22. Those are the glaring issues to me, and I may be missing a couple, but those are the ones that popped out. I personally don't believe that the delay was unreasonable. I think reasonability is something that you can probably adjust based on the particular circumstances. In this instance, Ms. Lent being away for a few days does not seem like an unreasonable delay, particularly given the 10-day response time under 67.21. Otherwise, I'm not really sure that this rise to that this absence required a substitute designee. Maybe it did, and maybe that's where maybe we can talk about a potential violation for not having an alternate available to show Bibliocommons in Ms. Lent's absence. That maybe is a little odd, but didn't I hear that somebody else, actually not Ms. Lent, showed Bibliocommons to the complainant at one point? So I don't know. That's where my thinking is at on this one.
Yeah, that's a good summary, Member Hepner. Thank you. And I was also looking for, when we have an IDR, we have a certain amount of days that has to be responded to. What does this fall under? And I think 10 days, as you stated, is something we should certainly focus in on. Any other members have any?
Can I just ask a question on this?
Member Pilpel?
I'm looking at the documentation. I don't see the original request from Mr. Warfield, but it appears from the narrative that it may just have been initiated by a phone call. And if that's the case, an IDR can't be made by phone, so it wouldn't be an IDR issue.
Mr. Warfield, would you like to respond to that?
Or if there is an original request here, please show me where.
As I think I wrote clearly enough in my letter, these were phone calls that were intended to be reaching Ms. Lent under her rules requiring an appointment to get information. And as you may know, and if you don't, I'll say it, I'm always asking, where is it written? If I learn something that I think is useful, I want to see it in writing. These were requests, these were oral requests by phone, and so there was no written document. And I might point out the library hasn't said a single word in contradiction to the story that I have provided. They haven't disagreed with anything that I have said here, which concerns people who had specific knowledge on specific issues being told not to speak to me or give me documents, including anything other than a referral to Laura Lent. And Laura Lent also did some other violations that you may not have noticed and which I may not have mentioned, but are written here, such as requiring me to give a written request for a screen that I would like to see printed out while we did have those meetings. And she said, well, put it in writing. And I made it very clear. I actually cited the law at one point. I didn't want to push it that way. When I've gone to other people's desks at other times and places, people will just do a screenshot and print it out. Thank you very much.
Mr. Warfield, quick question for you. Did you ever get that appointment with Ms. Lent?
No, I did not. After 2 weeks, and there was no apology and no explanation, I figured it's not working. Also, it was against my better judgment to go along with a series of hurdles that had been put in my way, which I considered illegal. As Member Hepner said, everybody who has access to a record is supposed to provide it, and to do so without an appointment. So the whole setup was a complete blockade of getting information as far as the impact on my attempting to work with it.
And Ms. Blackman's the custodian of records.
There is no the custodian of records. If you read and hear what Section 67.21 says,
No, I'm saying for the
every person, huh?
The library in general. I'm just reaffirming.
He's the person that they did.
That, as far as I'm concerned, is a completely illegal understanding of the term custodian, which the library and the city attorney have unfortunately foisted on the public. There is not a one-person custodian.
That's not what I'm asking. Never mind. I'll retract that question. DCA 3, you had something you wanted to add?
Chair Hyland and members of the task force, I want to call attention to something that's not actually in the memo, and my apologies, I'm coming to this matter fresh. Haven't had an opportunity to do the analysis or the memo, but I think the starting point is the definition of public information. And if you look at Section 67.20, it defines public information as constituting the content of a public record as defined by the Public Records Act. And so I think it makes sense to consider whether there's a distinction between responding to a request for oral public information and requesting the contents of a public record.
So,
thank you.
Member Philpott?
So my sense of this, and maybe I'm wrong, it's getting late, I'm really starting to lose it tonight. I think the record, to the extent that there were records requested, I think it seems that they were reasonably provided, maybe not immediately. It took them some time. The web portal to get to the webinar, blah, 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 that took some time, but ultimately it was provided. And in relevant part, since we're actually talking a little bit about 67.22 on oral public information, that talks about each department head designating a person or persons knowledgeable about a department, blah, 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 to be available, et cetera, et cetera. And I find in relevant part 67.22b, the role of the person or persons so designated shall be to provide information on as timely and responsive a basis as possible. There's no specific deadline for that. It's not next day. It's not 10 days. It's as timely and responsive a basis as possible. And I think in a lot of ways that balances sort of the public interest in disclosure with departments' needs to manage their workload. And so it doesn't mean that when you call someone or appear out of nowhere that everyone has to drop everything and do whatever you want and get whatever you need for however long your list is. But so long as they reasonably provide information on as timely and responsive a basis as possible. It sounds in the totality of the circumstances like the library has spent time to understand Mr. Warfield's interests in Bibliocommons and to provide him information, records, access to the webinar, time with staff to understand how it works, what it does, blah, blah, blah. And that all seems reasonable to me in as timely and responsive a basis as possible. If I've missed something, I'd like to hear otherwise.
Member Hepner, I think you had some earlier thoughts.
No, I think that's consistent with what I was thinking. I don't really disagree.
So I guess the crux of the matter, I think, is DCA 3 was saying what actually was being requested.
I mean, maybe we can ask Mr. Warfield, or try.
The request for, if this is oral public information, information including oral information to the public about the department's operations plans, policies, and positions, this is, arguably the department's operations. This Bibliocommons seems like an adjustment to the department's operations. Then this seems like something that, yes, you would need to designate a person or persons knowledgeable. You would also be obligated to arrange for an alternate to be available in the instance of that designee's absence. So I think maybe if Ms. Lent is the official designee for BiblioCommons information, which is what it sounds like, then my follow-up question is there an alternate designated should Ms. Lent, for whatever reason, be absent and unavailable to release public information? All that said, is there... on 67.22 subsection B, the role of the person or persons so designated shall be to provide information on as timely and responsive a basis as possible to those members. So I'm still not sure that even if Ms. Lent is absent for 2 days, that this constitutes an untimely response or an untimely release of that public information. So the questions that I think maybe we should focus on, just a suggestion from my standpoint, is whether there is a designee, an alternate designee, and whether Ms. Lent's delay because she was out for a couple of days is untimely or unresponsive under 67.22B.
Perhaps we can ask the respondent to approach and ask those questions.
I thought there was a question that you were going to ask me.
We'll come back to you, Mr. Warfield, but since we have this question up, thank you. Plenty of time today.
Good evening, members of the task force. I do dispute.
I'm sorry. Could you identify yourself? You are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Laura Lent.
Oh, nice to meet you, Ms. Lent. All right.
And I'd like to make some points about things that Mr. Warfield has said because they go very much against, what
Before
happened.
you do that, if you could just answer Member Hepner's three questions.
There were, I wasn't unavailable for 2 weeks.
The first question is, are you the designee?
Yeah, I was asked to be the designee for part of the events that he described.
And when
it was after I already...
And when did that start?
Yeah.
That started in May?
It was in sometime in
So this is
March. It was in sort of mid-March, around probably like
That's okay.
second
so
and third weeks of March.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have a backup person?
Yeah, there was a backup person. In Mr. Warfield's defense, I'll say that I didn't give him the name of the backup person because I wasn't out of town for 2 days. I was gone for an afternoon for a funeral.
Right.
And we were trading messages. I told him the best times to call me. I didn't say you can only.
And since then, you probably do have a backup, I'm guessing. Now, do you have a backup person?
Yeah, he has not, tried to reach me since the events in this.
Okay. And what was the third question, Member Hepner, you had?
Well, the third question is sort of for us to decide, I think, whether this delay, which is now, I understand then you were actually out of the office for an afternoon, but then there were calls going back and forth between the two of you?
He called me 3 or 4 times over the course of that 2 weeks. I called him back.
How many times did you attempt to return
Every
the call?
time he called me, I would try to call him back. He could have easily made appointments with me by email or suggested times in his messages, and I could have told him if I'd be available at those times. He's out of he's out a lot during the middle of the day, so I tried to call in the morning or afternoon. It was. I'd say on his part, he tried to call me 3 times, and I wasn't at my desk those 3 times, but there was plenty of possible communication.
And did you personally ultimately facilitate the inspection of BiblioCommons?
Yes, before the 2-week period in question, I had met with him on 2 occasions for over an hour each, and on at least one other occasion, I had spent at least 15 minutes with him on the phone. I had taken. He was right that at one of our meetings, when he made oral requests, I did ask him to submit them in writing. But at the second hour-long meeting, then he requested, he complained and he requested my notes from that meeting. During the meeting, I hadn't been trying to keep. I just sort of scrawled some notes on a page, and I didn't feel, confident that I knew exactly what he wanted. And I asked him to submit it in writing, and then he requested a copy of the notes, which he was sent, and then along with about 100 screenshots and documents that he had requested at that meeting. And then the next time I met with him, I did accept his oral request and sent him over another 100 screenshots and documents. So I learned from the experience. I'm open to becoming a better provider of public records, but he completely fails to mention that that I did that.
So there were several meetings, and there were several cases of over 100 pages provided to him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question just on that?
Member Hilpel.
And hello, Ms. Lent.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi.
On these screenshots, did I recall from the paperwork that there was information on the screenshots that needed to be redacted because it had user IDs?
Yes, they had to. Yeah, three of the sort of tickets, which are the
work orders.
The work order system. 3 of the tickets had information that had to be redacted. So before before each screenshot was created and printed, it had to be examined for potentially having a patron's login
and that explains
password
in part why, just looking at it on the screen, you couldn't just say, I'd like a copy of that, and you can just print it in the back room and give it to him, because there actually were some steps to review.
There were some steps to review, but also I knew that, I knew I was going to spend about an hour with him. I knew he was going to want lots and lots of documents, as he did. And so I just thought it was and I wanted to delegate that work to my assistant, and I thought it was a better use of everybody's time.
Thank you. You answered my question.
Chair, I feel like we could spend a lot of time here going over the particular timeline of the communications and the back and forth. I am leaning toward the conclusion that the communication between these parties has been sufficient. At least the attempts to communicate have been there, and the failures to communicate, I don't think, were deliberate. I don't see any ill will on behalf of the respondent. I understand the complainant's frustration at not getting these as timely as perhaps as he would like, but I don't see a real fundamental problem or violation here.
I begin to agree with that. Other members, any input? Can we get the respondent perhaps to rebut?
Would the respondent like to provide a rebuttal?
I would just like to reiterate, we continue to make our best good faith efforts on a continuous basis with Mr. Warfield. He's one of our best customers, and we're always trying to satisfy his needs for information. And I do want to support our Chief of Collections and Technical Services and just reiterate that she did meet with him on March 26th and spent an hour satisfying his request that day. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Pilpul?
It's not entirely related to this, but I wanted to bring it in anyway. We had a hearing, when was it, last month or the month before, on Mr. Pasquarello's request, and found a violation, talked about that. I wanted to point out to the members of the task force, I indicated at that hearing that I would follow up with the library on their policies. I did do that. I had a sit-down meeting with Mr. Lambert, and Ms. Blackman pointed out some things that I thought could be clarified. Not huge issues, just trying to harmonize their policies and what's on the website. There was a thing that talked about rules and regulations, but it went to policies or back and forth. So I've asked them to look at their policies generally on privacy, but I think it also implicates Bibliocommons, and there are some privacy issues embedded in that. So I trust that was a meeting in good faith, that they're taking the time to do it. I don't know if Ms. Lent is going to be involved in that. I am confident that appropriate people will be involved. It was not asking them to review or redraft all of their policies, just to harmonize that stuff. And I think as these new technologies come online, there's some people who believe that the printed card catalog is the gold standard and the only thing, and anytime you do anything to change the practices relating to the card catalog, they go.
Just wrap it up.
I am.
Please.
But the point is that changes will happen through technology. Policies need to address those changes, and so long as the library is keeping their policies current and making them available and explaining them when people request it, I think they're in a good place.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Warfield, would you like to rebut?
I am surprised that one of the members is meeting with a party to a complaint so that he can then say how wonderful they are during the discussion of the complaint. He hasn't suggested a meeting with me. In what the library has provided you, there's a bit of misdirection. First of all, there was never given me any indication that there were any backups at all. And you heard Ms. Lent say, in my defense, she didn't tell me about any backup. I never heard anything from anybody about any backup. It was Ms. Lent only. And when I called one person to try and get somebody that same day, during the 2 weeks that I tried to reach her, not 2 days, Mr. Hebner. If you would read my complaint, it was 2 weeks of getting zip. Now, there were times spent with people who offered, for example, Michelle Jeffers, when I came to make an immediate disclosure request and the city librarian's office was closed, I came in there and she says, I really like it. Let me show you. Fine. I was happy to learn what she liked about it and how it worked from her perspective. So that was not my request to talk to the head of cataloging about whether they had done and what kind of tests had they done on catalog searches. If I look up They Know Everything About You in the classic catalog, I get one title. If I do the same thing as a title search in Biblio, I get hundreds. What's going on? What did they do to test? And the only people who knew that were people like Shelley Cocking and Joan Lefkowitz. Joan Lefkowitz flatly refused to talk to me the one time I talked with her. And Mr. Lambert talks about phone calls. He never talked with me about any of these issues, nor did I ask to talk with him. Mr. Hebner partially quotes, as does the library letter, and fails to see the most important thing. On page 4 of 7, page 235, Section 67.22b says the role of the person or persons so designated shall be to provide information on as timely and responsive a basis as possible to those members of the public who are not requesting information from a specific person. But I was requesting information from a specific person. I didn't just come in there and say, gee, who does your budget? I wanted to speak to the people who understood what had happened with testing and implementation, and they flat out refused to provide me access and forced me to have appointments with Laura Lent, which she then, over a 2-week period, was never able to meet, to talk with me on the phone, as she had said she would be available. It was 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
And I didn't get any calls except the one call from Ms. Lent on that Thursday evening, saying Friday afternoon she'd be available.
Mr. Warfield,
so she
thank
wasn't available when she
Time's
said
up.
she would be Thursday or Friday.
Thank you. All right. Any thoughts, motions, members?
If anything, if anything, a violation of 67.22 for failure to designate an alternate, but I don't even see that. I don't see Ms. Lent's failure to provide the name of the alternate as a failure to assign a designate or an alternate. That's.
And I had asked, do you now have a designate? Perhaps Mr. Lambert can answer. An alternate, yeah.
This process was during the implementation, the pre-implementation phase and the early implementation because of the cumulative interactions and phone calls and impromptu visits. At this point, any member of our staff would be welcome to answer his questions. All of our frontline public services staff
or able to answer.
Absolutely. They're all trained in how to use it and instruct the public how to use it. Okay. And again, I reiterate, we recently met with him twice. I met with him personally on Friday, September 18th for an impromptu visit. He wanted additional technical information, in which I invited our head of cataloging, Shelley Cocking. We spent 30 minutes with him on Friday, October 2nd.
Okay, thank you. Member Hepner? Still Pilpil. Sorry, Hepner.
So to Mr. Lambert, if Mr. Warfield makes a request of you, either orally, in writing, email, whatnot, regarding BiblioCommons, will you either provide the information or direct him to the best available person?
Absolutely.
Depending on what his interest is?
Absolutely. Okay. Today is November 4th, so in the past 6 weeks, I've demonstrated that.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry if I muddied the waters with my earlier comment. Just to be clear on the record, when we met, that was in relation to the Pasquarello matter, not in relation to this matter, and that's a closed complaint. We've concluded that matter.
Thank you.
Just wanted to be clear. Thanks.
Okay. So, possible violation of 6722, is that what I'm hearing?
I'm not going to make that motion.
Okay. Anybody else have a motion on this case? Public comment on this case? Mr. Hartz, welcome again.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. First, I'd like to say Mr. Lambert seems to be confusing quantity with quality. We spent a lot of time with him. He didn't get the information he wanted because we refused to print the sheets, things, and then later on we did print them and whatever. What you need to understand as far as background is nobody heard about BiblioCommons until the Library Commission agenda said we need to change the library's privacy policy. And all of a sudden, we're all going like, why do we need to change? And now, it's because BiblioCommons in our contract has these things about letting parents look at their kids' checkout records and stuff, which was a violation of the policy. So all of a sudden, we're kind of going like, what's BiblioCommons? And that's what Mr. Warfield was trying to do. He was trying to bring this out so that people would, on the Library Commission, would be aware of it and be able to have some serious discussions about whether it was wise to change the privacy policy in the ways that were being requested. So the timeliness issue is a lot more critical than everybody seems to be looking at it. It isn't Mr. Warfield just wanted to have something to read while he was sitting on the toilet. He wanted information that he could take to the Library Commission and make a clear case as to why these changes were probably not appropriate. Well, it finally came out that, we have to make the changes. Why is that? Because we signed the contract a year ago. And that's what happens, and that's why I have a problem with Mr. Herrera and the library, is because they do everything under the radar. They come in and say, we need to change the privacy policy, and you find out it's because they never bothered to check the BiblioCommons policy against the privacy policy and identify this issue, and when they finally did, they wanted to keep it low-key. So Mr. Warfield goes in, he's trying to get the information, they set up a thing, and I agree with some of you that they have a right to set up a reasonable thing, even though the law says they can't expect you to make an appointment. But the bottom line, if it doesn't work, if the end result is you don't get the information at a time and a place when you were told it would be made available to you, that's a violation. And that's what happened to Mr. Warfield. He was told, contact Ms. Lint. He tried to contact Ms. Lint. He spent 2 weeks doing that. And believe me, I heard about it because every time he called, he would come and say, I called her again and she's not there and whatever. And again, one of the things that you also have to look at, I think, is the fact that if you decide that you're going to assign very senior people to deal with a request like this, and then want to use the fact that they're very senior people who have busy appointments so that they can explain away why they didn't make those appointments, that's kind of trying to play both sides against the middle.
Any other members of the public like to comment on this case? Seeing no other public comment's closed. Member Pilpil.
I have a clarifying question for Mr. Lambert. The arrangement with Bibliocommons, is it actually a contract or agreement? Do you know?
It is a contract. It's a service. And it was actually approved in the budget 3 years ago.
At some point in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it was
That was
all
the
above
money.
board. It was a completely transparent process.
I understand. That's the money for it. The contract approval, was it?
It was part of our budget process.
I understand, but there's a separate approval required for contracts. Was it of such an amount that you or Mr. Herrera could approve it without the commission or the board's approval? It wasn't a 9.118 contract or a contract that required the commission to approve?
Well, before the city librarian even signs off on a contract, it's reviewed by contract managers.
Right.
It has to be approved by the Office of Contracts Administration.
Right, but there are certain financial and time thresholds that trigger other approvals. I'm just wondering if the contract approval itself had to go to the commission or not. Do you know? Okay.
No, that's the purview of the city librarian.
Okay, so it was within your discretion. Okay. Had it had to go to the commission, then others would have seen it sooner, but because...
Well, it went before the commission.
As buried in the budget. But there was verbiage in the budget that described it?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. That's cool. Thank you. I'm done.
Yep.
Are there any motions by the task force? There being no motion, the matter is concluded. Item number 10, file number 15133, complaint filed by the Library Users Association against City Librarian Luis Herrera, Deputy City Librarian Michael Lambert, and the San Francisco Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21A and C for failure to permit the public record to be inspected and examined during normal and reasonable hours of operation without unreasonable delay, and failure to assist the requester in identifying the assistance form and nature of a record in regards to Bibliocommons webinar.
Mm-hmm. Do we need jurisdiction?
Motion to find jurisdiction.
Second.
Public comment?
Is there any public comment regarding jurisdiction? There is no public comment. Would you like to approve that without objection?
Without objection.
That is approved without objection.
Mr. Warfield, if you'd like to present.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I would appreciate if you would give me an opportunity to answer questions you pose to the library and then accept without question. This is a complaint not about how much time did they supposedly give on this, that, or the other thing, or how many documents did they give. As Mr. Hartz previously said, quantity doesn't have to do with particular requests. I requested to see or hear or both a so-called webinar that was very crucial to what I was not only talking to the Library Commission about, but also to the public, including through published articles, of which several appeared and several happened in various media around the time of January and February of this year. This webinar was a crucial document, so important to the issues that I had raised and some of which the Library Commission had raised, that Deputy City Librarian Michael Lambert made a comment about it at a commission meeting January 15th. He said that at that webinar, which he attended, he said, a certain question, which we don't need to go into unless you want to right now, having to do with the privacy of teens within Bibliocommons, had been clarified. So the very next day, I gave a handwritten immediate disclosure request requesting access to that webinar. And the response that I got was, basically, it doesn't exist. And so they can't play it for me or show it to me. As I write in my complaint letter, your page 291, Mr. Lambert gave no evidence of having asked anyone within the library about availability of the webinar, including numerous technical staff members who had worked on installation and testing of the product, and in fact had done so over a year-long or more period, involving extensive contact with the vendor and the vendor's website. He also gave no suggestion for where else or how else to find or play the recording. Months later, we learned from sources other than Mr. Lambert and other than the library that the webinar was in fact available to be played. And let me say that that was months later, and there were multiple subsequent attempts, which this doesn't cover, to get that webinar before mid-April, 3 months after the original request. We were actually able to batter our way in and listen to a recording. I've provided additional information about what Mr. Lambert did do. He called and left a message on my answering machine saying, didn't appear to be available, hadn't been recorded as far as he knew. And I've also provided you with a subsequent email that I got from Sue Blackman, which came from Mr. Lambert, in which he provided something. He provided basically the confirmation of his enrollment or his way of getting into the webinar to participate, which came from the vendor. It's your page 228 and 229. If I asked you how much money is in your pocket or purse, and you said, I don't know, would you consider that under sunshine a legal response, or would you expect, certainly from a librarian, that they would say, let me check? If you ask a librarian any reference question, do you expect an answer? I don't know. I don't know. You expect them to do something reasonable. Mr. Lambert did not do anything reasonable, and I did not get hold of that webinar until, as I said, many months later when I discovered it was available, sat in Laura Lent's office and said, what's that? And that's a whole nother story, but for the purposes here, I didn't get the webinar. Thank you.
Anybody in support of the complainant? Seeing none, will the respondents please approach?
All right, good evening again. So, related to his IDR dated January 16th, 2014, Mr. Warfield, he first inquired by phone about viewing the January 8 webinar the following week after the Library Commission meeting on January 15th. So, I did in fact view the webinar. You have the confirmation of that. I did a cursory search on the internet to locate the archived webinar to no avail. So I was not aware of the previously archived content. I wasn't even aware of the partner portal. This is actually the second implementation of BiblioCommons in an urban library I've overseen, and now I am aware of this partner portal. But assuming such archived content would be available on the web and not successfully locating this archive, I did inform Mr. Warfield that the archive was not available since my staff did not record the webinar in real time. And in fact, if you review my confirmation on the page he just cited, you will find no mention of the webinar being archived. In my experience, not all webinars that I view are archived. And the ones that are archived usually will include information for how to access the webinar later. I registered for this webinar. I received the GoToWebinar link, so I did not have to visit the partner portal to participate in this webinar. So in the process of being responsive to another information request, Laura Lent was able to locate the archive of the BiblioCommons webinar on the password-protected partner portal. So this content is available via an Apple application, QuickTime, which is a non-standard application in the library's predominantly Windows-based PC environment. So library staff have equipment with a standard image of applications deemed appropriate and necessary for our staff to conduct day-to-day business. So when the webinar was discovered, Laura Lent was unable to access the archived content or get the webinar to load or play on her computer in her office because it did not have QuickTime. So another request was made to Sue Blackman to view this webinar. Again, she does not have this application on her PC. She was unable to get it to load or play on her desktop computer. So through the cumulative inability of Laura or Sue to access the archived content within the partner portal, we requested our IT department to research the problem and ultimately install the application QuickTime on our machines because we don't have the administrative privileges to install new software. The internal solution for being responsive to Mr. Warfield's request was deemed to be best accommodated by installing the software on a laptop assigned to our office of the city librarian. The next visit by Mr. Warfield to view the webinar was hampered by confusion over whether or not the software was functioning because there's a slight lag, which I can demonstrate if you want to see the webinar. It takes over 1 minute before any audio or narration is heard while the static content on the screen is visible. Mr. Warfield was requested to return to the library at a future date, at which time library staff would have the webinar downloaded and installed on the desktop of the computer for viewing. He visited again. Our custodian of records set up the laptop and loaded the webinar. Mr. Warfield reported seeing the older webinars listed, but not the webinar he wanted to view. Again, I can demonstrate this was merely a misunderstanding on his part, as the prior webinar titles are visible on the same screen as the webinar he requested to view. Had he given the archived content more time to play in advance, he would have discovered that he was in fact viewing the desired content. The successful visit occurred on April 16th. I facilitated this request, and we set up the laptop. We explained the confusion of why he was unsuccessful in his previous attempts. I would say at best, I was ignorant of the existence of the archived webinar or the partner portal. At worst, I would characterize this as a comedy of errors, and I would be more than happy to demonstrate the webinar for you to see yourself.
Thank you. Anybody in support of the respondent? I had a quick question for Ms. Lambert. So this is a webinar produced by BiblioCommons.
Yes, sir.
That you guys signed on to as part of your initial early training.
Yes, sir.
I'm actually seeing it online here. I can see it. I can see the different ones. Access the recording. I try to access it. QuickTime kicks in. So this is all available here. So thank you. So the question is, so whether this was available at the time of the IDR, and therefore if it's available elsewhere, I'm just curious the discussion of what the onus is on the library to go and get this otherwise publicly available information. And I don't know if anybody has any views on that.
A couple of things. So,
Member Hillfell.
So this was not a record, if you will, that the library actually had in its possession. This was not a physical record. This wasn't an electronic record that you had on your hard drive or server. This was some remote thing that you had access to through the subscription or the partnership, whatever, through your involvement with BiblioCommons. Yes?
I would point out the webinar that I viewed was viewed in real time. It was a live webinar accessed through a GoToMeeting application. I had no inclination that this was going to be archived. Again, if you read the terms of use of
I understand that. But I'm just saying that it's not like this was some piece of paper in your office that you were declining to provide. You didn't have the thing. This was a thing that you saw in real time, as you just explained.
Absolutely, and only through considerable effort by our IT staff did we ultimately download the webinar and make it available.
And just out of curiosity, is there some delay from when a live webinar is broadcast to when it becomes archived on the BiblioCommons site that you know of, or the IT people discovered?
Maybe.
Probably is.
Would be a day or two.
I really can't comment than to say I would assume so. There's.
Yeah. I don't have any further questions. So I just had a comment to the task force. It sounds like what we've been told, and I didn't hear any major dispute in the facts between the parties, that this webinar was signed up for in December, happened on January 8th, was reported to the commission on January 15th. There was a request about it the following day. There was not the understanding at the time that it was available in this way. When that became known sometime between January 16th and April 15th or 16th, the efforts were made to make it available to Mr. Warfield.
Mm-hmm.
That took some time and discovery and technical stuff, but it doesn't sound, unless I'm misunderstanding this, that they were intending to delay or obfuscate or make it unavailable. They just didn't know initially that it was available, and as soon as they did, they made efforts to make it available.
Member Hebner?
I'm a little frustrated, though, because, shouldn't they have known that? If they stream the webinar, if it's accessible on their database, it's their burden to know. they're the custodian of that record. Unless they're not the custodian of that record because they don't have access to this database. But my understanding is they do, in fact, have access to this database.
They do through a membership. So is that common?
I still think it's a public record that they had access to, and they streamed it at the outset. It seems like they should have known, or at least should have done an investigation that was thorough enough to find that it was or should be available. And I'm frustrated that it took 4 months after the request of something that I think that they should have known existed to get it to Mr. Warfield. 3 months, excuse me. I would find a failure or a violation of 67.25 for a failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in an appropriate amount of time, and potentially another violation of failure to maintain records.
The problem is, Member Hepner, is that this was requested the day after the webinar, and on the day after, it's very possible that, according to your time frame. I thought
a week later.
You said a day.
The thing occurred on the 8th. It was reported to the commission on the 15th, and the request came in on the 16th. So it was 8 days after the webinar itself.
So it's possible by then it was posted on the BiblioCommons website,
right?
Potentially. Okay. Member Elwood.
This link was published on the internet. Like the webinar is available for the public consumption already, just not on the library site. Is that?
We don't know that.
Mr. Warfield?
I mean, surely, I mean, I can look up BiblioCommons right now.
I'm looking at it right now. The
out.
earliest webinar I'm seeing is...
I'm on their YouTube page right now, and they have a lot of...
I guess I would like to understand, like, if this is public information that you can find via Google search, what is there to be light shown on via the Sunshine Ordinance? I mean, maybe they didn't give you the information, but it was there.
I think that's an interesting question. But I mean, you're still obligated. The library would still be obligated to provide information. I mean, they have still obligation to direct people to public
surely there's
information.
precedent for this for the task force, right? If someone's like, "Can you Google this for me?" and they're like, "Sure, I'll Google it for you. Here's a link." And if you don't Google it for them, then you're in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
No.
I mean,
they're also the custodian of the records, I think.
That's
having being the body that had originally released it and streamed it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really take away from your point that they should have been able to provide this. I'm just sort of like wondering what the actual rules are here, because we all,
Mr. Warfield, perhaps you can tell us.
The rules.
My question, if you let me finish it, was, you heard about the webinar at the commission meeting, presumably, and then you requested it from the library. They said, no, we don't have it because we never recorded it. And then you found out several months later that it did exist. Are we getting the timeline correct?
Some of the details leave out important aspects. So the first thing to be said is, I discovered, as you did tonight, at a much later time, that there was a webinar. Further research also showed that in other contracts and possibly the libraries, webinars are what a relatively professional, if not very professional organization provides as part of its education and training. I think if you ask people who work with these things, what's the point of a webinar that you've gone to all the trouble of assembling and organizing and so on? Why wouldn't you want to record it so that somebody who missed it couldn't come, or somebody else that you want to say, gee, you asking a good question, let us show you, and that would certainly apply to people internally. You heard I'm very surprised by Member Eldon. You're saying if I could anywhere in the world find the same document, then it's my duty, when the library tells me on a direct request, we don't have it, it's my duty to start searching all over the world? I think Mr. Hepner this time has it right. It's clearly their duty to provide the information that they have access to. You heard him say, I did a cursory search on the web, and he couldn't find it. Well,
Mr. Warfield,
how much of a serious
quick question.
Attempt is that to find what is easily available if he would have asked Laura Lent, if he would have gone on the website, as two of you at least have done so tonight, etc. In other words, he did whatever wouldn't find it and didn't do the obvious thing of what would find it.
Your IDR was directed to who was named in that
I
IDR?
believe, as usual, it was directed to Luis Herrera, and I believe it was also directed to Mr. Lambert, as he has said it was. I believe, but I'm not sure, that was one of the handwritten things I wanted to be sure to get there on time. And Ms. Blackman, I believe that's one that you don't have any longer a copy of.
Thank you. Member Pilpel.
In fact, the original IDR was not provided to us in the packet, just the response. Actually, two questions to Jerry. First of all, are you cut off at 9 o'clock like Nick was, or are you staying for the rest of the meeting?
Do you have a deadline?
Nick Cola used to leave at 9.
7 minutes.
Soon. Okay. That's a technical term. I like that. Okay. Cool. based on what you've heard so far, does it appear to you that the webinar in question is a public record within the meaning of the Act and the ordinance?
Through the chair to Member Bilbao, as you may recall, I'm not in the habit of making the determinations for members of the task force, but the Public Records Act does define a public record as including records that are used by a public agency. It doesn't necessarily require that they're prepared or maintained.
Okay. So used by, which suggests that if they have access to it, that may be. Okay. All right. That's cool. Thanks.
Good point. So, Member Hepner, you were getting towards a possible.
Well, I think, don't we need to hear rebuttals before a motion?
Yeah. Okay. Did I see a hand over here, Member Wolf?
Yeah. Never mind. Forget what I was. I've lost my train of thought.
Lost it. Okay. Anybody else before we go to rebuttals? Mr. Lambert, would you like to offer your rebuttal and wrap up on your side?
Yes, sir. Just briefly, again, I made my good faith effort to determine whether or not the webinar was available in an archive format. In my experience, not all webinars that I view are, in fact, archived. That being said, I was not aware of this partner portal that ultimately we were able to satisfy downloading the webinar. My point is, yes, I have searched recently for BiblioCommons webinars on Google, and now you will find that information. Maybe we need to use the Wayback Machine at the Internet Archive and determine whether or not that same search worked in January of 2015, because it didn't work for me at that time. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I remember.
Member Wolf.
Are we sure whether the webinar is the exact same version of the webinar or the same content but a different broadcast of the webinar from the one you participated in?
Same one.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Warfield, would you like to offer rebuttal?
The library was obviously getting some pushback on BiblioCommons when they had done all that they could to hide any knowledge of BiblioCommons from the commission and from the public. They never asked the public. They apparently had a no-bid contract. They did not ever bring BiblioCommons to the Library Commission. And as Mr. Hartz, I believe, said, the first time that the Library Commission heard anything about BiblioCommons at all was late November or December of 2014, when, sort of backing into it, the Library Commission heard from the city librarian, we need to change the library policy if we're going to offer this new software to the public. And he even evaded once or twice when a commissioner asked him directly, do you mean we've already bought this? Do you mean to say we've signed a contract? That was an evasion, and she asked it again. And then he said yes. Mr. Lambert says that he made a good faith effort. He is the boss of Laura Lent, who acted as the implementation manager for BiblioCommons and made all the presentations that were made in front of the Library Commission after the initial appearance in very late 2014. Why didn't he call her? He could have picked up the phone and in 30 seconds had the most knowledgeable person, a person who was in constant contact with the vendor and high-level people of the vendor, and those people in contact with all their own technical and other staff. He could have called her and she would have told him, of course it's available. And if she didn't know, she could have gone onto the partner portal, which is the exclusive to the customers only website. And what happened when I was in her office on completely different issues, she opened the partner portal, and within the first or second screen, there it was, hey, look at our webinars. I said, oh, really? I pursued it. And then she tried to play a webinar and had trouble. She said, well, I think my other people who have Macs could do so. And the library has dozens, if not scores, of Macs, which I believe it's a standard product that they can use to play. And if they don't have it, it's free to download for Windows and for Mac. What happened subsequently was I asked Laurel Lent. She said, ask Sue Blackman. Sue Blackman said, we can't play it for you. It was a second refusal. That's not before you. He didn't do what is necessary. He didn't provide the record. He didn't give any further information on how to get it. And he didn't do the most basic things. It was a denial, plus whatever else you have just discussed in terms of promptness and failure to maintain records. But most of all,
thank you, Mr.
No serious effort to respond fairly.
Thank you. Member Pilpel, briefly, please.
Yes. To Mr. Lambert, two questions. We talked earlier about the contract. You've seen or you're aware of the actual contract between the city and Bibliocommons?
Let me state for the record, I've been with the San Francisco Public Library as an employee of the City and County of San Francisco for 19 months. I started in March 17th, St. Patty's Day. So I was not an employee of the library when this contract originated, when the identification of this product occurred. So
but
really,
that's fine. But are you aware that there is a written contract somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Member Pilpel, I think this might be the avenue of investigation for another case.
All I'm asking is if the contract was made available to Mr. Warfield, to your knowledge.
I don't know. Have we?
Don't know.
We don't even know if he's requested it.
No, I believe that was, one in the many IDRs that he filed about Bibliocommons. I think he received requested and received the contract in one of his earlier IDRs about it.
That's fine. Thank you.
To the best of my memory.
Okay, and I don't want to see the contract. I am becoming interested in whatever verbiage went to the commission a few years ago in connection with the budget. If somebody could dig up that page or two that said we're going to do a contract to do...
Remember, Pilpel, you're a little off topic here.
No, this has nothing to do with...
I'm sorry. I'm actually somewhat interested...
No, I understand your interest in where you're going, but this needs to come to us through a different avenue, not within this case.
Okay, then I'm making a request. If I could just get that page or two, if someone could find that, I'm interested because I would like to know for myself what information went to the commission, because I know that the complainant generally sees all the things that go to the commission, and so I'm wondering at what point he would have known about this product or initiative. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
I think as a citizen, you have that right.
Thank you.
But let's keep our focus here. So
on the item before us, I'm still not convinced that there's a violation.
Okay. Member Hepner.
So I have a question for our deputy city attorney. If it's a third-party webinar, if it's a third party that are they a custodian of record? Is there precedent along that line? Are they a custodian of record for something that's maintained by a third party?
Through the chair to Member Hepner, the definition of a public record under the Public Records Act doesn't necessarily require that the public agency be the custodian. If the record is used by the public agency and they have access to it and can provide it, then they may have an obligation to do so.
So with that clarification, thank you, I would find a violation of 67.21 for failure to provide public information and 67.25 for failure to adequately respond to an IDR in an appropriate amount of time. And that's the motion I'm making.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Hinsey. public comment on that motion? Mr. Hartz?
Members of the task force, I agree with the motion. The request was made to City Librarian Luis Herrera with copy to Mr. Lambert. And Mr. Lambert says two things. He said, I made a good faith effort, but it was a cursory effort. Well, I'm sorry, if you admit it's a cursory effort, that doesn't sound like a good faith effort to me. If I spend an hour a day or week, the last case he was going on and on and on about how much time they spent, and he just basically blew it off and said, I don't think it's available. Well, he was wrong. Bottom line, he was wrong, and it was available, and they were able to get it. And I'll be honest with you, the number of times they try to come in here and blame their problems on their technical staff is amazing. It's like they're a bunch of boobs who can't figure out how to do something that you just did here in 5 seconds. So they try to place the blame somewhere else. The reality was, this all came about because they buried this whole BiblioCommons thing. The library commissioners didn't know about it. We didn't know about it. It came up the discussion. Mr. Warfield really wanted to find out what was in this webinar because Mr. Lambert had come back to the commission and told them that the concerns about the young adults and their privacy and so forth were answered by that webinar. And Mr. Warfield had asked Mr. Lambert, well, exactly what were the answers that you got that convinced you that that isn't a problem? And apparently, as far as I know, he didn't get an answer, so that's when he said, I would like to see the webinar. I'd like to see it so I can actually figure out whether what you're saying is correct. That this issue has been resolved, because that's what you're saying to the public, and that's what you're saying to the Library Commission. And Mr. Lambert, unfortunately, is now here saying that it took 3 months. And obviously, that doesn't even meet the time limit for a regular request, let alone an immediate disclosure request. So basically, I think that we have a situation, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but after you go to a certain commission for years and years and years, and then you hear somebody make a comment, well, I went one time and they were really nice and whatever. You say, yeah, but you don't have the experience that I have. You haven't had 7 cases that you managed to win and another 6 that you brought and didn't manage to win, all against the same agency who is now also dragged in other city agencies, like the public records request I made of the library, where the city attorney's office, the deputy city attorney, who is the overall custodian of records for the city, was found to have violated the law because I made 2 petitions to her, which she denied. So really, it's the reality is he had a request. He didn't make it a good faith effort. I don't think it was cursory, as he admitted. And as a result, Mr. Warfield waited 3 months to get what he needed.
Thank you. Any more public comment on the motion? Mr. Clerk, quick question. Would it be appropriate at this juncture to talk about where this motion would go, should it pass?
It would be at the discretion of the chair or acting chair.
Okay. Just for the record, I would support this motion. I would probably not refer it, just because I think everything's been satisfied at this point. That's kind of where I'm leaning on this, but I just thought I'd throw that out there.
On the motion, Rummold, absent. Member Eldon.
Aye.
The motion is to find a violation of 67.21 and 67.25 for failure to provide the requested record in a timely manner.
Okay.
Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Pass. Pass.
Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Washburn, absent. Member Fisher.
I'm going to say aye. I want to see where this goes.
The motion passes.
Where it goes.
And it has been indicated by the chair that there will be.
Sounds like it's not going anywhere.
Not going
The
anywhere.
motion passes.
Well,
The violation
it
has been
passed.
found.
I wanted to be
And it's the indication of the chair that this matter will not be referred to committee for additional follow-up.
Correct.
No referral, matter concluded.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next on the agenda is item number 11. File number 15148, hearing to determine how to proceed with complaint submissions and special requests by Alvin Johnson that do not comply with Sunshine Ordinance Task Force policies and procedures.
Jerry, can you stay for this in case there's something or not? Okay. But thank you. See you next time.
Just to provide a summary, at the last meeting,
Chair Pilpo.
at the last meeting,
Yeah, bring us up to speed, Mr. Clerk, on this.
Mr. Johnson, in his current request, he submitted 7 complaints. However, in those complaints, he requested that the city attorney be listed as a respondent for complaints against other departments. And in addition to that, he requested that his complaints be referred directly to the Ethics Commission. And in that request to be referred directly to Ethics, I believe it is his intention to not appear at any task force meetings, as per his previous complaints and requests.
Refresh my memory. I thought we dispensed of this.
We dispensed with his complaints that we accepted. However, since that meeting, he has submitted 7 new complaints with the special request. And I have not processed this because I do not believe we can accept a complaint in which they are requesting that we refer to someone else directly and immediately, and to list a respondent who is not related to the custodian of records.
So he's basically doing the same thing he did before.
Yes.
He's not following our procedures or the guidelines that we've repeatedly laid out before him.
Yes.
And if we do not accept his requests, we just say we don't have appropriate, just reject the complaints, basically, is one option.
We can reject his complaints with the explanation that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force cannot comply with his special requests to refer it directly to the Ethics Commission and to list the city attorney. The second option would be to accept the complaints without the 2 conditions. And in essence, the task force would just not accept his special request at all.
And have you corresponded with him that we've...
I have informed him of this meeting, and I did provide him detailed information about this matter.
In which number 2 you've listed that we can accept?
If we do accept number 2, I request that
my
the
question
task
is,
force...
have you, in that correspondence to him, have you laid out that we could accept it if he does what you listed number 2 conditions?
I did inform him that if he would remove the 2 conditions, I would accept it immediately.
All right, thank you.
I believe you have a copy of that correspondence to him in your packet.
We do, yeah. It just seems to me, I mean, it's just more of the same. He's not playing by the rules, our rules. I think we just have to be firm with him and take option 1 would be my suggestion, but open to discussion of the task force. Members? Member Hepner?
I defer to your judgment, Chair.
What was option 1 again?
The option 1 was to reject the complaint as
Just
provided.
outright reject it?
And notify him accordingly.
Yes.
Explain why and give him options, or just explain.
I have provided options
We've-
previously,
I think-
but I would
Explain
restate
why.
them.
We've
So we're voting on option 1, which is
Well, we're
they
discussing.
just go away.
We're discussing it right now, yeah, but we've
I mean, the rules have been the rules since 1999. He's not playing with them.
There's
then
countless
move
emails
on.
and letters from Victor to him back and forth over the last 3 or 4 months. This has just been an ongoing
Yeah,
thing. I think we
through-
need to be firm.
Through Chris, it's not fair to Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, member.
So to be
Mr.
clear,
Clerk.
we were going to talk about the complaint procedures. I don't know that we're going to get to that on the next item. We have existing complaint procedures. They govern how we do our work. They apply to everyone. And if we have made certain exceptions and accommodations, but this is, different.
Agreed.
And if we're going to apply those to complaints, from the complainants who are here now, other complaints, we've got to be fair about it. And, you can't just sort of pick and choose the rules that you like.
So I'd like to put a motion on the floor to reject this complaint as it doesn't comply with SOTF procedures.
I'll second that.
Can we have public comment on this motion?
Peter Warfield, I'm not associated with this, but I think that you need to take very, very seriously your obligation under the Sunshine Ordinance to give a hearing to complainants. And I'm glad that the one member who spoke said, you have rules. If I file a complaint and say the library violated such and I want an order of determination, plus I'd like you to arrest the deputy city librarian, would that entitle you to reject the complaint? I think you'd be obligated to accept the complaint, possibly with the administrator notifying the person the remedy you seek is not one of the things within our arsenal. And we can't do that. We can find a violation. So I think that wherever there's a complaint, you have to take it. I don't have any problem with bargaining or discussing with a complainant. I don't have any problem with saying, if you're not happy with our inability to do something you're asking us to do that we can't do, you can go ahead with the complaint and we'll do what's within our power to do. But I don't think there are legal requirements for promptness in providing a hearing. And you do this all the time. You have people come and you say, no, we don't think that there was a violation of such and such, or we don't want to give you an order of determination, even though you asked for it. So you turn people down all the time, partially or completely. But you give them a hearing. And as the member said, follow the rules. I'm not familiar with this, but I think it's a very, very, very serious thing to simply exclude somebody from a process that the law says they're entitled to. Now, I know there are sometimes things that are confusing or poorly worded. All that may be true, but you have an obligation to the public to give them a hearing when they file a complaint. That's in the law, and I'm glad the chair is nodding. So I would be extremely careful. Certainly I would follow the existing rules, and above all, the law. I don't think that your procedures are binding. And I don't think you should use procedures to throw people out, to slam the door in their face. Now, that's an issue that's coming up, but here it is in practice, apparently. So, as I said, I think you should be very, very, shouldn't even have been in your arsenal to exclude. Accept the complaint, bargain as much as you want, and then deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield.
Just to clarify, Mr. Johnson has stated that he wants to be referred directly to ethics without a hearing from this task force.
Yeah, there's a lot of complexity to this, Mr. Warfield, that you may be not up to speed on.
Has he been directed?
He has been informed directly, informally. He knows how to file directly with the Ethics Commission if he so desires. Yes.
No, they will send it back.
But he has been well informed on many, many, many occasions.
Through the chair, I have a question for Victor. I mean, there's other situations, I've seen it in campaigns, where people go right to ethics. Can't he just go around us and go right to...
I would not want to speak on behalf of the Ethics Commission.
Different laws.
They only have jurisdiction to adjudicate certain types of claims.
Okay. I figured someone knew the answer to that, because it wasn't me.
You can also go to court.
Yeah, so just to bring the rest of the task force up to speed, since I'm privy to some of the emails between Victor and the chair and Mr. Johnson, there's a lot of history under the bridge here as far as repeatedly trying to show him how he can bring complaints to us. He's had hearings in the past. He's had opportunity to show up at hearings, has chosen not to on all those occasions. And we've dispensed with his previous cases, which we did accept in as much as we could. And here we are again, basically at square one. Mr. Hartz.
There are times when I listen to your discussions, and I really do come to the sense that you are very lacking in an appreciation as to how difficult it is for 90% of the people who file complaints before you to even understand what they're dealing with. And you do make it a real labyrinth at times. Like, I've been doing this for years. I've won 24 cases, and yet I lost 4 tonight because, according to you, I didn't make a good enough case to convince you. So basically what my real feeling is that you expect that members of the public are expected to be some sort of lawyers or barristers or whatever you feel. Solicitors, thank you. I was trying to remember the third one. And unfortunately, I think that results in some miscarriages of justice. People who, just because they don't have the knowledge or the experience, or I think more often than not, many of them just give up. They experience this one time and they go, I would have to be out of my mind to do that again. And so they just look on it and they say, okay, well, open government, yeah, sure. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Look at it tonight. A fourth of your members aren't here, which means my burden of proof is getting 6 out of 9, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 out of 7 instead of 6 out of 11. We've had this discussion before. You can't even get your own members to show up. And yet the public doesn't show up, and somehow that's wrong with them. Very frankly, the mayor has a policy that says if you miss more than a certain number of meetings in a certain period of time, it's supposed to be reported to the mayor's office, and that person is supposed to be warned and told that if you can't make the meetings, then we're going to replace you. And I don't have to tell anybody that's been here for any length of time the derm and strong that the Board of Supervisors has used to undermine this task force by failing to appoint members for a significant period of time when they wiped out the membership.
Mr. Hartz, please stay on point.
Okay. In this particular case, we probably have someone who has got these cases, is looking for somewhere to take it to. He came to you, and really the tone I'm hearing is there's something wrong with him because he just won't accept the fact that you don't want to hear it. And you may feel that you have every justification to say that to him, but if you're on the receiving end, like I was tonight, you're behind on your caseload, so you decide cram my 4 cases together to get ahead. When you're on the receiving end, it doesn't come across as being fair.
Thank you, Mr. Hartz. And just for the record, we crammed your 4 cases in 3 hours. In case you didn't note that, we spent a lot of time on that. It's a factual statement. Member Pilpo.
Speaking of factual statements, I just want to be clear on the record. I was willing, I am willing, I would be willing to hear Mr. Johnson's complaints or anyone's complaints. The fact is he has said he only showed up once, and then he said, I'm not coming back, and has said repeatedly in emails that he's not going to attend. And so I don't see any point for us, for the other complainants, for the public generally, to process complaints that aren't going to be heard. I would, and I say this on the record, I would rather see and hear other complaints from Mr. Hartz and Mr. Warfield for which they provide documentation and appear and are willing generally to discuss their complaints. Those are complaints I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear any of them, but if someone isn't going to show up and prosecute their matter, what are we doing? So I think the motion is in order.
Thank you. Member Wolf.
I mean, why are we opposed to walking through these cases in their absentia? Like,
we've done that.
Right. So why wouldn't we continue to do that?
We did it before. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if we've considered previous cases of his, and did we rule on them in his absence? Did we go ahead with them?
No, we have not.
We have not. Okay.
That's not true. There was the first series against the city attorney. We heard in committee. We made a recommendation to the task force not to find a violation. We discussed that recommendation, and we adopted the recommendation and didn't find a violation.
He appeared at committee. That was the only meeting he ever attended.
Okay. And since then, we had another batch that we
dispatched
because it wasn't within our charter or how to deal with the case.
He pretty much stated he would not attend any meetings at the task force, and he made very other demands that we couldn't comply with.
And I think we had we had those on the agenda. We had to continue. We continued them to give him a chance to show up. He didn't show up again. So we've been through the process.
Yes, we have.
We've bent over backwards to try and accommodate this gentleman. We have.
Yes.
But this is not just a one-off. There's a history here. So I don't know if members of the public here know that, but there's been quite a lot of water under the bridge with this particular gentleman, and the clerk has laid out very clearly what will not work given the parameters of how we work as a task force. So.
If there's no other comment, we have the motion on the floor.
Okay, let's take a vote.
The motion is to reject the complaint and to not accept them as stated. Member Rumbold absent. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf?
Pass.
Copra absent. Member Pilpil?
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner?
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Haynes absent. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Washburn absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes. Would the task force like to consider continuing any of the next few items?
I'm sorry, and Mr. Johnson will be notified.
Yes, he will be notified.
And the respondent departments or potential, whatever.
Yes.
Okay. On the next three, my suspicion is we're not doing the complaint procedures. Do we have anything to talk about on the annual report tonight? Was there any progress?
I have not received any documentation to the.
There's really nothing there. And I'm not sure that there's anything that we need to do on next year's meeting calendar yet. I mean, we could.
We will get that under the administrator's report.
So
until further notified, I will continue with the current schedule.
All right, so I'll make a motion to continue items 12, 13, and 14 to our next meeting.
Second.
Is there any public comment on that motion?
How many times are you going to continue the complaint procedure? It's been on a number of times. I have certainly come and asked others to come in the expectation it would be taken up. I think under Robert's rules, you should certainly consider those old business in future agendas so that the complaint procedure certainly would be taken up first. In any case, I certainly wouldn't be one who would want to pressure this body into doing what it doesn't want to do. But I would ask, if you go on for any bit longer, that you give us a break. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I just make a brief comment?
Sure.
Just to be clear, Mr. Warfield, you made comments. Mr. Grossman has some remarks or comments that were submitted. We've got those on the record. And I would like to get the procedures right. And so I'm not in any particular rush to fix them just to fix them. We did a series of amendments a year ago, and I suspect that we will get through this in the fullness of time and try to get it right. And if we
Since
don't,
my
then we'll
time
make
is still
further.
running,
Then we'll make further.
I'd like to keep it. I appreciate those comments. I certainly don't want you to do anything thoughtlessly or in a hurry, but I do think it needs to be done when the public can participate and not be over and over and over again giving false alarms or themselves waiting, as I did at one of the meetings, for the matter to come up. I'm just reminding you about Robert's Rules of Order, which has old business first,
Got it.
followed by new business. I'd also like to say that I appreciate your noticing that members of the public have taken considerable time and used their background and experience, which I think would be useful in your consideration and the public's. And so I would ask that you consider including public comments with future agenda items concerning your proposed changes so that you, as well as the public, can see what kind of comments, at least written comments, there might be when you take these up. I also think it would be very useful to know what the source is of these. I think you know from the article that I published and passed out at the last meeting in the West Side Observer that there are some serious issues that I and others have. And those might be included as well. They are in some places. You're not obligated. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a question.
Member Elrod?
I was just wondering, what have we considered about allowing written comments like he suggested?
We have received written comments. Some of them are in the packet on this item. There was an article that was handed out. I asked Victor to include it in the next packet. We've gotten, those are the written comments that we've gotten.
So there's nothing that stops people from doing that?
No, we encourage
that.
that.
Correspondence
The suggestion was that we publicize that more widely or something?
We're happy to get written comments.
I'm just trying to understand what he was suggesting.
I believe he wants me to place it earlier on the agenda so that we don't get into these time crunches and hear old business at the beginning of the agenda so that they can be taken care of.
And you wanted just to give particular weight to public comment and written comments on this topic. Is that correct, Mr. Warfield?
I don't ask for any special consideration. I'm just saying that for the purposes of you and the public, I think it would be useful to publish whatever public comment you've gotten with the agenda packet so that you as well as the public can take all these things into consideration. And yes, your administrator correctly summarized that I think this is appropriate as new business on the next meeting so that it doesn't constantly get shoved to the back and then dropped off. And that's Robert's rules, too. I don't know if your bylaws refer to that, but that, I think, should guide you as well.
Thanks very much.
And to Member Eldon, part of why I moved to continue this is that Chair Washburn is not here, and one of the issues that underlies these changes is how much discretion to give to the chair. So I think it's important for her to be here when we're discussing these procedures.
Okay, and I'm going to start out with something you're probably not going to like, which is Mr. Pilpel's comment is basically, we want to do this because it's a convenience for one of our members rather than the public. And I agree with Mr. Warfield. If you keep putting something on the agenda and putting it off, after a while it convinces people that why should I bother going? They're probably just going to put it off again, and I'm not going to go sit there for 4 or 5 or 6 hours waiting for an item which they're then going to say, oh. In fact, I stayed because Mr. Warfield asked me to stay for that one of those particular agenda items. Whether you understand it or not, the putting off of stuff and some of the things that have been said tonight, I'm getting to the point where I'm going to stop coming too. There used to be, when I first started, about a dozen people who came on a regular basis. Then it was down to 8, then 6. Now it's Mr. Warfield and I and a couple other people, and after a while, it's kind of like, why bother? I'll be honest with you, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and I really don't think you believe that you have any ability to make the city government in San Francisco open, and I think you've pretty well given it up. You raise so many bars and so many restrictions, like, how many times would you come to a public meeting to discuss a specific item and have it canceled again and again and again and again and still come back? After a while, I think you'd get the impression that I sometimes get, which is they just don't want the public here, and they're going to keep putting it off until they get a meeting where everybody's gone, and then they'll discuss it when they don't have to deal with the public. Because that's what you end up with. And you say, oh, no, that isn't our intent. But if you end up with the same result, then that's it. And really, who are you here for? Are you here for yourselves? Or are you here for the public? And if you're here for the public, you should do your damnedest to stick to the agenda. And I do honestly feel that Mr. Hyland's comment about, well, we gave you 5 hours is the same as Mr. Lambert's, which is we gave you quantity. You didn't get quality, but you got quantity. So what are you bitching about? Put them on the agenda. If it is carried over once or twice, I can understand that, but the third time it ought to do, as Mr. Warfield said, become old business that comes at the beginning of the meeting so that you're under no temptation to delay it again and again. And as far as waiting for some particular person to be here, again, are you looking more out at the interest of that person or of the public?
Thank you.
We take the motion without objection, Mr. Chair.
Without objection?
The motion passed without objection. The matters will be continued.
15.
Item number 15, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force October 7, 2015 meeting. Member Pilpel has provided clerical corrections to the minutes for.
I move to approve the minutes with the edits I submitted.
So moved. Or seconded, rather.
Public comment?
Is there any comment on the minutes?
No. Public comment on the minutes? Jesus Christ.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. You're the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and you should be setting an example and not just doing the bare minimum or even arguably, questionably the bare minimum. On your page 360, the first page of the October 7, 2015 minutes, Peter Warfield, public comment on the Supervisor of Records annual report. Peter Warfield welcomed the new members of the task force and commented on the function of the Supervisor of Records and their performance. I had a very specific issue, which I've brought up over the years. It has to do whether the Supervisor of Public Records has met the legal requirement of giving a response to each of the people who sought the opinion within the statutory requirement. And their report pretty much failed to show, I believe that was the issue. It didn't show in every instance when did they get the request and when did they answer. I believe they have 10 days. Let me say that I went to the Supervisor of Records once, and from my experience, never went again. I hand-delivered a request many years ago before any of you were on this, hand-delivered it to the city attorney's office because I was in a hurry. I wanted a prompt response. I wanted them to say, yes, the library has to provide you with these records, and I could have a determination. 7 or 8 days into it, I called up. I said, what's the status of my request? I asked the attorney who was handling this. I see the attorney here is no longer here.
Mr. Warfield, did you have a specific edit or?
Yes. That's important. The promptness issue is important, and if I said it at this meeting, then it should be very clearly stated that I said what I said about the timeliness issue. And if I said that they hadn't shown that they were providing the opinions within the legal time, that you shouldn't accept the report. There was a legal issue, whether they were satisfying the law. Other of these comments that I've made, I think, are so vague that I can't even understand what I said unless I were to go back to the recording.
Thank you.
In particular, that on number 7, the task force has to follow established procedures. The key there is that it's unjust, in some cases, seriously an injustice not to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield.
Mr. Chair, as a result of the public comment, I'm revising the language to read Peter Warfield welcomed the new task force members and commented on the function of the Supervisor of Records and the timeliness of their responses.
Thank you. Member Philpo.
Is there any further public comment?
Seeing none. Public comments closed.
Can we take this without objection?
So moved.
The motion is passed without objection. Next on the agenda is item number 16, Administrator's Report and Communications. I would go to item number 2 on my report for the hearing schedule for the next meeting. The next meeting of the EOTC is scheduled for November 9th, 2015. The current membership is Chair Hyland, Member Pelpel, and Member Wolf. I just wanted to confirm your availability to attend that meeting.
When?
This will be November the 9th. I believe that's Monday.
First Monday.
Monday or
At what time?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
I'll be filming something till 5:30.
Would you like to consider asking Chair Washburn to appoint a temporary member to the EOTC?
Seems reasonable.
I will poll the committee, but if it's not possible, it'll be just 2 members.
Okay. And Member Pilpel, do you have any drafts on that?
I don't yet. I'm going to see what I can do the rest of this week if I'm still alive after tonight.
Okay.
The next meeting of the Complaint Committee is on November 17, 2015. I believe we currently only have 2 members scheduled for that meeting, Chair Fisher and Member Hinsey. I will go ahead and pull the task force to find an alternate for that day.
I thought you already had pulled the task force.
We pulled it for the October meetings.
Gotcha. Okay.
We need someone for the November meetings. This does start at 4 o'clock.
And it's a potpourri of things, remind us?
There are currently 4 items on the agenda. There's a request from the department to continue 2 of them. However, at this time, there's 4 total. I'll go ahead and pull and try to find a 3rd member for the committee.
Okay.
The next member of the task force is December the 2nd. And then the last committee meeting of the year will be December 15 with Compliance and Amendments Committee, and that they will all be hearing new complaints at that meeting. Yes. I have I have included communications to the task force as part of your packet. Mr. Garcia, as you probably recognize his name, is requesting us to review some of his communications. They are included. There's an invitation from former member Richard Nee regarding pulling back the blue curtains. And there are various communications from Mr. Alvin Johnson regarding alleged violations in your packet. I have listed all the complaints lists submitted over the past month. It looks like there's approximately 11 new complaints or in the last month. On item number 6, I list the total number of complaints pending before the committee. We currently have a total of 36 complaints, with a number of them being heard tonight. I have, under item number 7, I have listed pending issues before the...
Pending complaints referred
from the task force to the committees. The number is getting better.
Okay.
And then on the last page are the pending issues before the task force. There is the Mr. Denton's item 15, I believe it's 15078. We are awaiting Mr. Rummeld's draft order of determination before scheduling at the next meeting.
Okay, so quick question.
Remember, Pilpel?
The Denton Rummeld thing that you just mentioned, that's not captured on the pending items list? It's elsewhere in the works?
If it's not here, it should be.
Okay.
Yep.
And Member Wolf, I think I asked you earlier on the drones and the body-worn cameras.
I'll have something in the next couple of weeks. I just was off on...
we should speak about that under future agenda. Oh,
can we put that under
inserted into my report?
Yeah, if you could just put the...
1 moment, please.
Just so that things don't...
Give me 1 moment. I need to document. What would you like me to add?
Something about the Rummeld...
15078.
Denton thing. And then Member Wolf's follow-up on the drone policy and body-worn cameras.
I think we opened a file number on that, didn't we? Did we?
I have not.
Okay.
But I will.
And the annual report is both here and on the agenda. Whatever. Anyway, we've got the stuff captured. I don't think there's anything else that's stranded.
That completes my report. If the members don't have any comments, can we move to public comment on this?
Please.
Is there any public comment on the administrator's report?
Mr. Warfield?
Thank you, Peter Warfield. Small things, there's a duplicate page for number 8, pending issue, and then I had some trouble finding my own complaints in the listing of complaints, and only then going through further found that they were on later pages out of sequence. So, for example, 15049 on page 402 is followed by 15083 on 403. So there need to be some corrections to the sequencing.
Something got flipped.
Pardon?
Something got flipped. Some page got flipped in the.
I think possibly more than one page got flipped. I do not see anything having to do with mediations. In the past, there was a section on mediations, which I thought I was glad to see it, but not glad about how little information there was. If you're not having mediations, or if you're having them but there were none to report, I think it would be appropriate to have what's generally known as the null report. Mediations this month, none. So I don't know what's happened. Has there been a change in the report structure? Is mediation mentioned? What's happened to that?
Thank you.
Am I going to get an answer?
This is public comment, not question and answer.
I understand legally you don't have to answer. It seems to me the Sunshine Task Force, when I ask a question about the report, it's a simple enough question to answer. You used to have mediations on the report, and I don't see anything here. Has it been dropped, or are there just no mediations?
Mr. Clerk, would you like to answer that?
I have never reported on mediations in the past.
In your time with the Sunshine?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
It sounds like it may have been dropped. We can certainly look into that.
If you're still doing them, I think it's appropriate to report them, and if there's nothing to report, there should be a section that just says nothing to report.
Fair enough. Thank you for bringing that up.
I would just like to state, I try to mediate everything I receive. I do not report on it.
Understood. Okay.
Success doesn't get reported. I get it. Just one follow-up on the complaint log. On the template, if you could just add the page number somewhere on the bottom, so that would aid in the page flipping.
Pages getting flipped, yeah.
In the print format on Excel. We'll figure it away. Thanks.
I will contemplate it.
Excellent.
Contemplate how to do it, you mean?
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Warfield. I'm Hartz.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I agree with Mr. Warfield. If there are mediations, I think it's only fair to the public to be aware of how many there are and what the results are. And the reason I say this is because I was of another mediation program that exists here in the city with the Office of Citizen Complaints regarding complaints against the police department. And I actually went to a police commission meeting and told them, do you know that if a person agrees to mediation with the OCC, that if the one party, the police department, doesn't show up, that's the end of their complaint. If someone agrees to mediation, all it takes is the respondent not to bother to come, and their case is tossed and not allowed to be reappealed. I think mediations are fine, but I also know that mediation sometimes can take unexpected turns, especially when you're dealing, as I've mentioned before, with people who are not used to this process and may feel that mediation is something they have to do, or may not understand what they're able to do if the mediation does not meet with their satisfaction. And I'll be honest with you, I will make one comment that I was surprised when Mr. Warfield made asked the question that Mr. Young so hostilely said, we don't respond to public requests. I agree with Mr. Warfield. You are the people who are supposed to be setting the example, and if people ask you a reasonable question, I don't think that it really is that much of a burden on you, if at all possible, to give them even a brief answer, or at least tell them that you'll try to find out.
Thank you. In defense of the clerk, I think what he was trying to say is that those type of responses would take place at the end of the 2 minutes public comment. And also going forward, I think it would be a good idea to get on our, get the mediations on there. I think.
I'd like to clarify that.
Sure.
We don't have an official mediation process.
Right.
I try to resolve the issues between the complainant and the respondent. I call the parties, see if I can get them their documents, but there is no official.
That might be a good agenda item. I would consider that a mediation. I would consider that the work of the task force.
There's no agreeing to it or disagreeing to it. Right. I try to get them what they want. Mm-hmm. And we don't even use the word mediation in the majority of our.
It's actually
the reason I'm finished it. The reason I'm asking is because in the annual report, I'd like to track how many people actually come to you, and that you resolve, deal with, move on their questions, issues, whatnot. That would be an
the
interesting
majority of
step.
those are listed as withdrawn because they received the documents they wanted and they withdraw their complaint.
Okay, so that might be where that mediation has gone to.
There's a section in the complaint procedures about informal complaints where there's a question.
Mm-hmm.
It can get dealt with at that stage. If a formal complaint is lodged and it's resolved, then it becomes withdrawn.
Or
that's
mediation.
where there's a number.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Pilpel.
One other thing to Victor, since we're not discussing next year's calendar, if you haven't already, if you can just be sure to reserve the room for all 4 dates a month for
It's
all of next year.
continuous. It does not stop.
Thank you.
Just like complaints. It doesn't stop. Thank you.
I will send a reminder to building maintenance or building management to be sure that they keep our reservations.
Very good.
I have reservations, but.
That completes the administrator's report. Next on the agenda is item 17, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
I only have 2 brief things.
Brief.
Prop E apparently failed yesterday, so that's not a thing that we need to deal with in terms of the law. There were some items or ideas in there that we might want to talk about, and so let's think if we want to have a hearing next month or the following month to talk about, in the wake of that, are there ideas about translation or video testimony that could be tested in various places? There were some other technical issues that I think came up out of that. So let's think about that, and maybe we could invite David Lee and the students and hear more about it, because the campaign is over.
Yeah.
And there may be some things to.
I think Member Hepner looked at this quite closely as well. I don't know if this is something that you'd be interested in culling out the merits, if any, from what was there and presenting as opening a file on it, or not.
I mean, I certainly thought there were merits to it, parts of it.
Okay.
And I think that we should, pursue parts of that through discussion here. I don't think inviting David Lee might be a good idea, but yeah.
About how to.
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Member Wolf?
I mean, if we were to try to do something, it would involve us either, I guess it would involve us submitting something to members of the Board of Supervisors to introduce as a ballot measure or as legislation. Either way, I think that we should, allow this to be a multi-meeting process in order to actually submit the best proposal possible. That's all I have to say about that, is that it's going to take a lot of work in the long run, and let's not rush this part of it.
Yeah, it might be something we can incorporate into, charter changes and
Annual report, other things.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting, there's kind of a separate discussion about amendments to the ordinance. I'm not suggesting that in this context, but just that the ideas about live video testimony, streaming more meetings, translation, all of that some of those nuggets could be pulled out and tested rather than requiring it everywhere. So it's just a discussion that we could have. And I don't know how much of it actually requires legislation. Could just be, that some commission tries doing it. I don't know. Or tries elements of it. It's a longer discussion. So
yeah, I mean, can I just respond to?
Sure, please.
I would really be in favor of actually giving it the time to sort of look at from the holistic perspective. I think that Ray Hart's brought up some good points about possible ways that the records retention policy could work, of making things constantly available, and I think that we should, give that its full due diligence as opposed to trying to find stopgap solutions.
Fair enough. The other point I was going to make under announcements, I saw a piece sometime in the last month in the Examiner, it's buried at the bottom of a page, about John Darmanin, who we saw in connection with Thomas Beccarello in the fire department case, that he's apparently being reassigned because there is a more substantial backlog in fire investigations than there used to be. And I don't know, that's the story that was reported. I don't know what else there is to that, but I found that interesting, given what we saw. I will see if I can find that article and have Victor circulate it. I just thought people should see it. I'm not offering any other editorial comment. I just thought it was an interesting piece.
Noted. Thank you.
In addition to the hoodline pieces that I see in the Examiner. Never mind.
Any other news announcements? I'd like to declare this meeting public comment. Mr. Warfield.
I didn't hear this item being announced, but I heard the discussion. There's a number of things that I think would be useful for future items. I think you are discussing complaint procedure. That's a piece of how you do your business and how well you're functioning under the law and serving the public. So I think I've made this suggestion before. I don't know that this has to be linked to the complaint procedure, but I've never heard the task force considering seriously doing some kind of a survey or soliciting from the public how they think the task force is working and how they think Sunshine is working for them. That could be something that could be a survey or an invitation to people writing or speaking, and I think it's very important. There is no such thing currently that I know of. Excuse me, my voice is going. Second, I think there's a range of what I would call secret, and as a friend of mine calls, double secret procedures that you are doing within your administration that you may not be aware of at all. Things like combining complaints by the determination of the administrator, such as how you word the agendas. I think, for example, how the wording of the agenda occurs is a procedure, and to my knowledge, there's never been any formal way for the public to say anything about it. I do think that your agendas are very obscure. When I file a complaint, it's because of some occurrence that happened, which presumably I think is important. Usually it doesn't matter to quote the exact section of the law in the agenda and then summarize what that section says, but then leave out absolutely crucial elements of what the complaint is about or how it might affect the public. So I think that, for example, I'm not happy with the agenda items for my complaints and many others where it sounds like a bunch of technical mumbo-jumbo, and I don't understand what the underlying complaint is, and I can't tell one from the other. If newspapers would do their reporting like your agendas, they would say, headline, so-and-so violated such and such a section concerning, bodily harm. Well, what happened? Where did it happen? When did it happen? Who did what to whom? It's not there, and it should be. Certainly you can discuss it, and the procedure. The mediation procedure, it's an outrage that you would have a serious procedure with nothing to document how it works, what it works, how it runs, and the results. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield.
And Mr. Chair, if the member of the public or anyone else has comments on what we do, how we do it, or what should be made better, or even a suggested survey instrument, feel free to write it up and send it in, and we'll read it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. I'd like to conclude this meeting at 10 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.